Okay, it appears that we're live, so welcome to the regular meeting of council for Tuesday, December the 1st. I'll call the meeting to order and look to the agenda. There are two additions to the agenda. Under reports from administration, J1, a verbal update on COVID-related matters. And under in camera, item L1, the prioritization of outdoor amenity spaces. Any other changes or additions to the agenda? Seeing none, I'll move the agenda be approved as amended. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Look for a minute there as though Councillor Mayer was thinking about whether or not to support the motion. We will move on to the approval of minutes. So any errors or omissions on the minutes of the October 3rd, 2020 special meeting of council? Seeing none, I move that they be adopted as presented. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Looking to the minutes of the October 27th annual organizational meeting. Are there errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'll move they be adopted as presented. Those in favor? Opposed? And looking to the minutes of the November 3rd regular meeting of council. Are there any errors or omissions in those minutes? Councillor Sandford.
Thank you, Mayor Borman. There's just one correction under 271-2020, the vote. The vote followed. There should be there's a typo in there.
271-2020?
Yeah. It should say the vote followed.
Okay. Any other errors or omissions on those minutes? So none, I'll move they be adopted as amended. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Moving on now then to item B, public hearings. We have two public hearings this morning. First will be the revised land use bylaw amendment, Omnibus Bylaw 2020-16. And to speak to that, Mr. Henry.
Great, thank you, John. There we go. Good morning, Mayor Borman and members of council. This morning I will walk you through a brief overview of the omnibus amendments to land use bylaw 2018-22 and the process used to identify these as presented at first reading. So at a glance, the proposed amendments as part of the omnibus aim to address a few things. The first is to improve upon the clarity of regulations and definitions, resolve clerical errors, and delete redundant and/or irrelevant regulations. So the process we've used to kind of help us in identifying the omnibus amendments is a result of working through applications. So the planning department has been using called the new land use bylaw for around 8 months now, and it's really allowed staff to become more familiar with the regulations and identify the problem areas within the land use bylaw. And by working through the applications, it's actually presented the department with unique and challenging situations which were not envisioned when the regulations were first being drafted. Secondly, through industry feedback. As like members of BOTA and the development industry are always great at giving us feedback on like problem areas within land use bylaw. So that's something that we've used, and is reflected in the omnibus amendments that you're seeing before you. With regards to the called the omnibus amendments, there are 39 in total which I propose, all of which can be found in the staff report under attachment 2, which was submitted for second reading. with regards to stakeholder engagement, given that the vast majority of the amendments are administrative in nature, there was no public input sought, as this process did not involve the addition of new regulations, but focused more on providing clarity to existing ones. However, administration did engage with BOTA on section 2.3 as it relates to vehicle access and driveways, as they had flagged the specific section as being problematic in its application. And the areas that they were specifically worried about were in relation to the limitations for residential lots, which were limited to only one driveway. So to recap from first reading, the new regulation around vehicle access and driveways still looks to limit lots to one access, except for in two scenarios. The first being when we're looking to accommodate, it's called like the parking for a suite. So in a scenario, like you can see up here on the screen, where we have an existing lot which has a front drive access, which you can see here, but then also has the access to a rear lane located here in the back. And in looking at this situation, what we would be looking to do is to eliminate, the variances which would be typically required to have the parking located up front, which would relate around the landscaping area. So we would eliminate the variance which would be required on landscaping. And secondly, we would look at, the driveway width, which would also become an issue if you had to introduce a second stall here in the front. And instead, what we would look to do is utilize the existing lane where you can get access off the lane without any interference in the front, and you can provide a parking stall in the rear. The second scenario, which we would look at, is in relation to a second access when it is for a townhouse style development. So in this instance, we would see a developer using an enhanced driveway material, but more importantly, we would look to see that a driveway is shared between units. So as you can see here, it would be a shared driveway, which then allows for larger landscape areas within the front, and also increases the availability of on-street parking, as you can see here shown in red. So the ultimate goal of this is to see our neighborhood and streetscapes look less like this example here that I'm going to show you, where you can see multiple driveway crossings. So here you can see 6 driveway crossings spread across 3 lots. In doing that, what it actually creates is this fragmented landscaping along the streetscape, creating an unsafe environment and a less than enhanced experience on the pedestrian, on the ground side of things. And then it also, provides for very little on-street parking, which, as we all know, within on the community of Canmore is somewhat of a hot topic. So what we want to see our streetscape look like is less like this, but transform into scenarios where it looks more like this. So as you can see here in this design, we have the shared driveways between units. So we've reduced the driveway crossings now from 6 to 3. And then in lieu of doing that, we're creating larger continuous landscape areas, which then in turn increases the availability of on-street parking. So in this scenario here, you can see it's up to around 10 stalls. Oh, sorry, jump slides here. And that concludes my presentation, but at this point, I would open the floor to any questions council may have for administration.
Thank you. Could you just back up one slide, Mr. Henry? So with the angle parking on this graphic, it doesn't constrain the easy access in and out of the drive lots or the.
So this would, right. So looking at this, it would not. It could potentially restrict if there's more than that. And this is just a schematic, right? It's not, like an actual, like a scenario which has all been calculated out. This is just looking at taking an existing car, like like footprint and looking at possibly how many we can get in there. And this is also just one option for the parking. You could also, revert to like the parallel, parking options, which most streets have, but in particularly on 4th Street, what we're seeing here is residents utilizing, an angled parking to allow for additional on-street parking.
Great, thank you. Are there questions, clarification from members of council? Seeing none, thanks for your presentation. I will note that we've reviewed this material at least a couple of times in the past. So for the public hearing agenda, at this point we'll look to public verbal submissions. And we have 5 residents registered to speak at this point. And I will ask now Mr. Daniel from the Bow Valley Climate Action Group to speak. Mr. Daniel?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Borman. My name's Rick Daniel, and I'm making this brief submission on behalf of Bow Valley Climate Action. I'll be very brief because our organization is neutral with respect to the specific land use bylaw amendments you have under consideration today. And looking at your agenda, it looks like you have a very long day ahead of you. We've made a 1-page written submission and hope that you've had a chance to review it. Our position is quite simply the town council needs to take leadership in ensuring that it's a high priority going forward after you deal with today's amendments for town staff to undertake a thorough review of the land use bylaw with a singular focus on the energy efficiency of buildings. As outlined in our written submission, this is by no means the first time that Bow Valley Climate Action has communicated with you about the need for such a review. We and other members of the community made this point during the public hearings on the LUB last year. We made the point again in a presentation to council last November and in a letter to council in May of this year. Upgrading a land use bylaw with energy efficiency in mind is not a simple matter. In fact, sometimes individual clauses that are introduced into LUBs with the expectation that they encourage efficiency, when in fact they may discourage building designs that are highly efficient. A land use bylaw needs to be looked at as an integrated whole in order to avoid such negative unintended consequences. Canmore's Climate Action Plan, which you passed unanimously 2 years ago, made it quite clear that we cannot meet our targets on greenhouse gas emissions unless we address the energy efficiency of our homes and businesses. And a land use bylaw is one of a number of tools, but probably one of the more important ones that the town has at its disposal to influence energy efficiency of buildings. There are individuals in the valley with expertise in the area of energy efficient building design and construction, and their expertise should be tapped in such a review. But the nature of this exercise is such that it will require significant time and effort on the part of the town's planning staff. And it is really up to town council to make sure that priorities are set such that town staff understands that this is a priority. Our organization stands ready to work with town staff and with other interested parties on such a review, but we really think it is time now to get on with that effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any members or any questions from members of council at this time for Mr. Daniel? Seeing none, thank you very much for presenting today, Mr. Daniel.
Thank you.
This time I will ask Liz Baker to speak.
I'm just seeing next to Liz's name, there is no mic, so she might be having some issues with her audio.
Why don't we come back to Ms. Baker then? And,
Oh, there she is.
oh, she's here. Ms. Baker, are you there? Yes, you are. The floor is yours.
It does not appear she has audio at this time. No.
Okay, maybe we'll ask Ms. Henderson to speak, and can somebody contact Liz by phone and talk with her? But for now, Tracy Henderson, please take the mic.
All right, hopefully you can hear me.
Yeah.
Oops. Maybe I'll adjust my computer so you can see me too. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My comments, I think, will be pretty brief. It's a shame Ms. Baker didn't precede me, because really my submission is to voice my support for the recommended amendments as written in the submission that she submitted to council, along with Goodrow, Hoylett, Mayor, Barker, and Jones. I'm not going to go through that. I think Liz will. But I find their suggested amendments provide strength and clarity to the sections of this bylaw that deal with setbacks from bodies of water and variances to those setbacks. Water setbacks are so important because they preserve the riparian areas. And these riparian areas provide important habitat, cover, and forage for wildlife. They help protect and preserve water quality. They prevent erosion, and they provide a valued natural aesthetic to the area. And in my mind, the only reason an exception should be granted to designated setbacks is if there's a demonstrated benefit to that riparian area, full stop. There's wording in this bylaw around allowances for if the landscaping is appropriate, then exceptions would be allowed. But why should we allow any encroachment upon these narrow and vital areas? Certainly, any human manufactured landscape, they're rarely as good nor as resilient as natural ones. So encourage you to take that piece out of the bylaw. Landowners purchase properties with the full knowledge of the need for setbacks on that property. And I just don't think the town should provide wiggle room that allows them to potentially irreversibly harm these riparian areas. I know this isn't the intent of the bylaw, but it may in fact be the result if it's left as written in this current bylaw. Clear, strong guidance is needed from the town in this matter, and I encourage you to seriously consider the very well researched and reasonable amendments as proposed in the submission by Goodrow, Hoylett, Baker, Meyer, Barker, and Jones. And I'd just like to voice my full support for that. And thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of council for Ms. Henderson? Seeing none, thank you for joining us today. I just saw something from Ms. Baker.
We'll take care of that, John.
You got that? Okay. So while that's being set up, Mr. Roberts, Jeff Roberts is on the list to speak. There we are. I think you're muted.
How does that work?
That's good.
Okay, great. Good morning, Mayor and Councillors, and thanks for the opportunity to share my views on this bylaw amendment this morning. As stated, my name is Jeff Roberts, and I'm involved with a number of organizations in the Bow Valley Green Energy Cooperative, Bow Valley Climate Action, and chair of the Canmore Planning Commission. However, I'm speaking today as just an ordinary interested citizen. I support efforts of this bylaw to provide clarity within the articles of the current land use bylaw. Consequently, I offer my support to that. However, not without caveats. I had hoped that with the additional time, some amendments may have been put forward for consideration that dealt with the energy efficiency requirements, some of which were identified in the Town of Canmore's Climate Action Plan, which was adopted by resolution back in December 2018. I applaud the efforts of the Town of Canmore to put in place a climate change specialist who actually takes the time to calculate our emissions and provide benchmarks for how we're performing as a community. Data provided by that climate change specialist indicates that greenhouse gas emissions for buildings, both residential, commercial, and institutional, represent 59% of the total greenhouse gas emissions in Canmore. The easiest way to move the dial on those emissions is through building standards and which are laid out in the land use bylaws. Improvement in this metric won't be occurring without changes to the land use bylaw, either through encouraging better building practices or through opportunities or through options that may be presented in the land use bylaw for developers to undertake. Encouragement such as district heating, EV parking stations, and encouragement for geothermal energy. So that's my piece here. Support where we've gone. Don't think we've gone far enough. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there any questions at this time for Mr. Roberts? Seeing none, thanks for being here to speak to council. And if Ms. Baker is ready, we could hear from Ms. Baker.
Hello.
There you are. Hi.
Oh, hi. Great. I'm just wondering if I can try sharing my screen with my presentation. I'll bring it in. Let me know if you can see it.
You bet. I will. We see your desktop now.
Sorry, I don't normally have this issue.
Liz, this is Cheryl. If you like, I can show your slides. I have them ready to go.
Perfect.
Okay.
Great, and I'll just prompt you.
Okay, I just have to stop sharing your. Okay, now I can share mine. 2 secs.
Great.
Okay, sorry about that. I apologize.
No problem.
I just wanted to.
Yeah, we make the technology work.
Oh, I appreciate that. It's challenging for some of us. Okay, so I guess I'll get started then. I just want to say good morning, Honorable Mayor and Council, and I would like to thank you for this opportunity to present our suggestions to the Omnibus Amendment to Land Use Bylaw 2018-22. But before I start, I just wanted to explain why we decided to submit our suggestions. Number one, we did not seek to change the intent of these regulations. Number two, we do, however, seek to achieve greater clarity and guidance to the wording of these regulations. Number three, we also seek to strengthen protection of riparian zones, Number 4, we seek to reference policies that currently exist within the Town of Canmore policies that better represent water body setbacks for riparian areas. Next slide, please. I think you can just go rule.
Sorry, it's not going. Just one sec. Oh, I see, because it's a PDF. Oh, yep, here we go.
It's a PDF, yeah.
Yep.
Okay. I couldn't send it as a PowerPoint. It's too big. Okay, so when council considers the omnibus amended to the current town land use bylaw, we suggest that it considers other options with regards to 2 subsections, section 1.14.1 and section 2.5.1. Our suggestions and reasons will be presented here today and can be found in our submission. Our proposed changes are in red, and the reasons for suggestions are provided in italics. Next slide, please. For this section, next slide, please. For this section, 1.14.2.1, section A, we feel the focus should be on riparian habitat and not section 11 of the community architectural and urban design standards. These standards are not consistent with natural riparian areas typically found next to water bodies. Riparian areas are lands that occur along water courses and water bodies. Typical examples include floodplains and stream banks. They act as natural sponges, soaking up water as it runs off land and regulates the overland flow of water, particularly important during flood events. They provide better societal benefits, food storage, habitat for fish and birds, as a few examples. Next slide, please. In this second change to section 1.14.22 is to clarify what we believe to be the intent of the subsection. Unfortunately, as written, the use and applicability of this section is confusing. We do not understand why there's a need for recognition of old variances previously granted, why such variances should continue to be recognized for new developments, or how these variances would be tracked over time. If there is a new development proposed and some unusual circumstances exist that requires a special variance, an appeal could be made to the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board. This seems a much more realistic approach than trying to find and use old variances that were granted under different circumstances. Next slide, please. The third change, it's an introduction of a new section, 1.14.2.3, and is intended to provide additional reasoning for the Development Authority in making a decision on whether or not to vary a water body setback. It references the Municipal Development Plan and recognizes the Alberta government stepping back from the water, a beneficial management practice for management of floodwater, as an example. Other benefits would include shoreline protection, reduced flood water damage, groundwater recharge, habitat for many wildlife species, and contributes to the values that brought all of us to Canmore, as well as tourists, to support its economy. Fun fact, over 110 bird species have been observed on Mallard Creek this past year. Next slide, please. Land Use Bylaw 2.5.1, we are suggested changes to the wording bring clarity to the regulation. It simply removes a few words without changing the intent. It removes the word residential, since we believe the intent is to include all land in Canmore. Number 2, it removes established and approved wording and is replaced with registered, since all registered dates are easily found on subdivision plans, whereas established dates and approved dates are difficult to locate. Next slide, please. The suggested addition of section 2.1.3 simply states a proper survey is required if there is any question about where the bank is situated relative to the property or the development. For further clarity, we also suggesting that a proper survey be done by the Alberta Land Surveyor in accordance with the Surveys Act. Next slide, please.
Ms. Baker, just a quick time check. You are at 5 minutes.
Yeah, and we're closing on behalf of all those involved. You can see the list. It's not a petition. It's just an interest in the clarity and better guidance for these regulations. We want to thank you for your time and consideration. I'm done.
Well, thank you very much for bringing this to the public hearing, and I appreciate the amount of work and thought that's gone into these recommendations. Are there any questions from members of council? Seeing none, thank you again for speaking today. We have one last speaker registered, which is Ron Rempel from Boda. Mr. Rempel.
Great. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. I will also keep this brief. I know it is a long council meeting today, so I don't want to delay that any further. We've provided a submission, 3-page submission. I'm not going to go through that word for word, but I do ask that you consider the amendments or clarifications that we have put in there. We know that the goal of the LUB Omnibus was to clarify the bylaw, and what we're finding in our reading of that is that some further clarification could be provided, and that's what we're trying to lay out within that, just to add some more clarity and reduce confusion, avoiding a discretionary use when perhaps a permitted use is appropriate, clarify some definitions, and avoid words that could be construed or could be interpreted differently by different people. So that's really the focus of our review. I do want to provide a little bit of background on the 2.3.0.1 vehicular access that Mr. Henry referenced, that we have had input with the town on this. And I want to back up a little further on that, is that this was an inadvertent change to the existing bylaw, the bylaw that was approved in December of 2019. Somewhere between second reading and third reading, there was a change to the bylaw, unbeknownst to us and probably yourselves, where driveway access was limited on fourplexes to one driveway. That wasn't intended with the land use bylaw change that was approved last December and came into effect in April. So we've been going back and forth with administration on that, trying to show that having all driveways in the back really is not a great alternative. It creates a parking lot in the back. Having driveways from both the front and the back does make sense. However, the issue that we've got with the wording is that forcing a border on it is really not necessary. The requirement for a driveway border, that's a nice to have, not a need to have. The need to have here is that we want high quality materials. We all agree with that. We want to have good looking houses. We want to have good looking driveways. There's no dispute on that at all. However, saying that we have to have a border that is this wide, constructed of this material, is simply just overly restrictive. If the town can focus on, we want high quality materials, agreed. We agreed with the border on the Teepee town because we want that to be a unique area. Great, let's make that unique. But let's allow a little bit more flexibility throughout the rest of Canmore. As we've noted, we still oppose the 5-meter maximum width of the driveway at the property line for duplexes and townhouses. What we're simply saying is make this simple, similar to what you allow for 3plexes, which is 4 meters per double car garage, 2.5 meters for a single garage door, and have some consistency on that. On our second page of our submission, change number 9, the definitions of balconies, decks, porches. We're just not really sure when we read that. And then when we read the definitions, change number 28, we're just not jumping out at me whether the definitions seem to indicate that covered decks are allowed, but the table seems to say that covered decks are not allowed. So we're just really looking for some clarification on there, and we want to make sure that the change does provide clarity and does not create confusion. So if you could just look into that and make sure that that is the case. And finally, on definitions, we still have some problems with the definitions that we feel need to be addressed through the modernization of the land use bylaw. This is something that was committed to when the land use bylaw was approved in December of 2019, that there would be a further modernization of the land use bylaw. What we're saying is please don't lose sight of that. There are some issues that still need to be corrected, some definitions that still need to be clarified. We have tourist accommodation definition, visitor accommodation, resort accommodation definitions. There's a lot of definitions that seem to define the same thing. and it can create some confusion. And lastly, just after hearing the presentation by Ms. Baker, I think just before council approves that, please allow some time for review of those proposed changes. That we're not saying that we necessarily disagree with those. We just haven't had a chance to really take a look at what those proposed changes are and if there's any unintended consequences. So please have an opportunity that maybe those changes need to be subject of a review on their own, or a land use bylaw change on their own.
Mr.
Again,
Rempel, just
yes?
a time check, you're at 5 minutes.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I'm done.
Nicely timed. Thank you, Mr. Rempel, for bringing your perspective on behalf of BODA. Are there any questions for Mr. Rempel from members of council? Seeing none, thanks again for speaking today. This time I'll ask the municipal clerk to read into the record the names of those who provided public written submissions.
Thank you. We received 4 written submissions: Liz Baker, Bow Valley Climate Action, BODA, and Tracy Henderson.
Thank you. In the final administrative comments, Mr. Henry or Ms. Miller, perhaps, just wanted you to speak briefly. I understand that planning has some setbacks to water bodies on their list for review and possible amendments. Could you speak to that, please?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the planning department is aware of some of the need to reevaluate our setbacks to water bodies as noted in the land use bylaw. It is a larger piece of work that we have noted as work that we're going to try to pursue in 2021, but we also recognize it's a large and complex piece of work. And just our preliminary review of those regulations, we have identified that if we were to pursue let's just say a 20-meter setback, it would impact potentially 313 titled properties within the town of Canmore. So we see that as being a significant piece of work that will require engagement with all of those property owners. And so we do plan to look at that work next year, and we'll bring it forward as soon as reasonably possible based on the feedback that we get during that process.
Great, thank you very much. And obviously the input we've received today would help inform that next omnibus review. Are there other administrative comments, final administrative comments?
There are none, John.
Pardon me?
There are none.
There are none.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks everybody for speaking at this public hearing. I'll now close this public hearing, and I will open public hearing for Clean Energy Improvement Tax Bylaw 2020-26. And Ms. Risling-Wynn.
How does that look? Are you seeing my slides?
Yeah, looks fine.
Super. Good morning, Mayor Borman and members of council. I am here this morning at the public hearing to give the administrative briefing for the Clean Energy Improvement Tax Bylaw. I will be repeating some of the information that I shared with council at first reading, but providing this information for people attending today that may not have attended first reading and would like to understand the program a little bit more. So the Clean Energy Improvement Program is Alberta's PACE program, and property assessed clean energy programs are programs that are financing solutions for both energy efficiency and renewable energy installations. PACE programs allow property owners access to flexible long-term financing, which is financed through their municipality. And the repayment is facilitated through an added charge to the participant's regular property tax bill, similar to a local improvement charge. And it's important to point out that this is a voluntary program. So only those participating properties that choose to participate in the CEIP program would have that added tax added to their tax bill. So it isn't a blanket charge on everyone's municipal taxes. It's only for those programs, or sorry, those properties that choose to participate. And the big advantage of a CEIP program is that the debt does stay with the home. So it stays with the home and not the homeowner. So as a property changes hands and is sold over time, it remains with that particular property, and they continue to benefit from those improvements. So municipalities must establish a CEIP bylaw to participate in the program, and council did give first reading to the bylaw on November 3rd. So it was enabled by the province through Bill 10, which is an act to enable clean energy improvements, and this was passed in 2018. And then the regulations further define the program and the additional design requirements. And the Municipal Climate Change Action Center will be the program administrator for CEIP for every municipality that chooses to participate in Alberta. So we will be working closely with them to implement the program. So how will the town of Canmore benefit? So the primary goal for us in implementing CEIP is to reduce the community's GHG emissions associated with energy consumption and help us to move towards achieving those targets. And we do have some secondary goals as well. We'd like to stimulate the local and regional economies by employing certified energy advisors, contractors, and environmental professionals. And our greenhouse gas emissions inventory really lays clear why we like to participate in this program. 2/3 of Canmore's GHG emissions do come from our building stock. So those are the blue wedges in the pie, equaling approximately 62%. So it really does highlight the opportunity in the building sector for emissions reduction and energy savings. And Canmore buildings are also a really good fit for CEIP because we have existing building stock that is dominated by older single detached dwellings, with the primary owner being the property owner. These types of programs are strong candidates for CEIP. They're older homes that likely require a suite of upgrades, and homeowners can look to complete these deep energy retrofits and benefit from the long repayment term of the program and the low interest loans. And so how will property owners benefit? Through flexible, affordable financing. So CEIP offers competitive interest rates and long flexible repayment periods. They will benefit through energy cost savings. So these energy efficiency upgrades will create utility bill savings for the property owner. They'll result in more comfortable and healthy homes in addition to the cost savings. So these homes will be cooler in the summer and warmer in the winter, providing that thermal comfort that people are always seeking, and loan transferability. So again, what sets CEIP apart from traditional financing is the ability to have the loan stay with the property. So just a quick overview of the highlights of the bylaw itself. Again, CEIP is fully voluntary. Only those that choose to participate will have that charge put on their property tax bill. And in order to be eligible, you have to be the legal owner of the property, be current on your property taxes, and receive consent from your lender if applicable. CEIP is applicable to both commercial and residential properties, and we will be rolling out CEIP with residential properties first and followed by commercial properties if it's deemed appropriate in the later years. In order for a project to be eligible, it must increase the renewable energy or energy efficiency of your property. All measures must be permanently fixed to the property, and they must be completed by a contractor who's trained in the CEIP program. And there's a short list of some of the projects that will be eligible under the program. For a clean energy improvement to be eligible, again, it has to be affixed to the property, result in renewable energy or energy efficiency savings, be listed as an upgrade on the program administrator's website. It cannot be less than $3,000 in value, and the maximums for residential are $50,000, $500,000 for commercial, $50,000 for nonprofit, and $100,000 for multi-unit residential. The legislated financing maximums in the provincial legislation are $50,000 for residential and $1 million for non-residential. And municipalities can choose to lower those maximums in their bylaw. And we have matched the residential limit at 50,000. We have set the non-residential limit at 500,000. And that's in recognition of our market study and some of the numbers regarding uptake that were demonstrated through that research. In order to calculate the financing maximum, it must be equal to or less than the amount of property tax most recently imposed on the property. So for example, if let's say John had a $2,000 property tax this year, the annual CEIP repayment cannot exceed $2,000. So that's calculated by adding the capital cost of the product, the professional services to have it done, and the incidental costs. So that could be mold remediation or roof replacement, and those improvements can't exceed 15% of the overall cost. And these are divided by the weighted average effective useful life of the product. So for example, if you put in a high efficiency furnace, a tankless hot water heater, LED lighting, insulation, solar PV, and also needed a home energy evaluation and a $2,000 roofing repair. So all of those items added together, divided by the useful life of the products, which is 17 years in this example, would equal $1,924 in an annual repayment, which would be less than the $2,000, so that would be eligible. So our maximum amounts allocated, we have designated $400,000 for the residential program and $1 million for the non-residential. And our annual borrowing amount will have a maximum interest rate of 5% and a maximum term of 25 years. We did also some stakeholder engagement on the CEIP program, and throughout 2020, the Biosphere Institute, with support from the Town of Canmore, held engagement and education sessions about CEIP, renewable energy, and energy efficiency for Canmore residents. And prior to launch, MCCAC, in conjunction with us, will also engage local contractors, property owners, energy professionals to design a robust marketing and engagement plan. And just to reiterate our timeline, so we are working on the bylaw adoption and potentially having that done either today or early January. We'll be working on our financing and setting that up with our finance department in the early part of 2021, then moving into engagement activities later in the year with hope to launch the program towards the end of the year in 2021. So that's all I have with respect to the highlights of the bylaw and overview of the program, and I'm happy to answer any questions of clarification that council may have.
Thank you very much. Just that last slide, the launch of the program.
Yep.
So nothing will kick in until the end of 2021?
That's correct. So our intent is to have that program ready to launch towards the end of 2021. So we need to do some additional engagement with the community, maybe do some additional education and help people really understand what the program is all about, and have a opportunity to recruit that first cohort of homeowners that want to participate. So it will take some time for us to be able to get all of those pieces in place, in addition to establishing the financing and potentially applying to FCM and learning from FCM whether or not we're successful with their funding opportunities. So we are anticipating that work will take a good portion of 2021, but do hope to have the program launched by the end of the year.
Okay, that's good to understand. And the I would expect a lot of interest in Canmore with this program, and let's say there's, I don't know, 500 people that want to take advantage or get involved. Would there be some sort of a queuing system once it's actually launched? I mean, is it first in line that is first considered, or how will those interests, those applications be processed?
Yeah, and that's a really good point. That's something that we should discuss with MCCAC, and they will, as the program administrator, be receiving those applications. So they won't come directly to the town of Canmore. There'll be, collaboration in reviewing the applications, but the application portal will sit on MCCAC's website. But I'm not entirely sure how we will determine, who's in the queue, but I imagine that there'll be a fair equitable process defined for how we determine the intake in that first cohort of homeowners.
Great. Well, I can say I'm looking forward to the process beginning. Are there other questions from members of council? Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. Thank you, Ms. Rislingman, for the presentation. My question is regarding the certified energy professional.
Yep.
Some people have already had their homes, they've already got information about that. Is that transferable to this program, or do they need to start over and get a new assessment done?
Also a really good question. I would imagine that we would take a look at, MCCAC would take a look at how recently that EnerGuide evaluation was done and whether it's still valid. So that's probably a good starting point in whether or not that information needs to be refreshed. Perhaps there is a review of it and a reassessing of what those priority actions might be for that particular home. But I don't think necessarily that it would need to be redone, but some sort of proof that it had been done and that the results of the EnerGuide evaluation were still valid would be a good starting point.
Great, thank you.
Are there any other questions from members of council? Seeing none, thanks very much.
I had a question. I've been holding my hand up now.
Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. Thank you, Ms. Rislingman, for your presentation. I just had a question that came out of one of the submissions that we received for the public hearing, and it was with regards to equity in the home. So is there a certain amount of equity that one must have in their home to be able to qualify for the PACE program or for the CEIP program?
Also a good question. I don't know the answer to that question, but I'm happy to follow up with you about that. I would have to consult with MCCAC.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Are there other questions at this time? Seeing none, we'll move on to the public verbal submissions. We have two people registered to speak at this time. And first I'll ask Shannon Ripley from Bow Valley Climate Change to address council. Ms. Ripley.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Barman and council members and administration. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. I am speaking on behalf of the local community organization, Bow Valley Climate Action. We're a local organization who we have more than 150 supporters in the community. And we would like to express our strong support for the establishment of the Clean Energy Improvement Program through passing the Clean Energy Improvement Tax Bylaw. As we mentioned in our written submission we made, we feel the proposed program is a really important step to help the town of Canmore achieve our climate action goals and to meet our goals in our climate action plan. And in particular, it's a really important tool to help the broader community address greenhouse gas emissions associated with the existing building stock. It's quite notable to see that more than 60% of our community greenhouse gas emissions come from our existing building stock. And the Clean Energy Improvement Program is a really important way to help homeowners and building owners to start reducing greenhouse gas emissions in this area. Clean energy improvement programs, which outside of Alberta are often called PACE programs or property assessed clean energy programs, they've shown to be highly successful in achieving greenhouse gas emissions reductions in other jurisdictions. And there will be, I'm sure, many other jurisdictions that the town and Municipal Climate Change Action Center will be able to learn from as we would go forward with the program here. And they've been shown that they can really help homeowners and building owners to install renewable energy and retrofit homes and buildings to improve energy efficiency, and through this to also reduce the cost of living for people with these buildings. We feel that such a program would make a clear and significant contribution to addressing one of the challenges of undertaking these initiatives, which is high upfront capital costs. And we also feel that the program is a really important step to addressing another barrier, which is the hesitancy some people have to undertake major upgrades, such as installing renewable energy or undertaking energy efficiency upgrades, when a person might not be sure how long they're going to be in their existing building. If a person feels that in the next few years they may need to move due to employment reasons or for other reasons, there might be a hesitancy to make a more capital intensive upgrade to your building, knowing that the chance of you having the return on investment from that might be low. But with a program such as CEIP, a homeowner or building owner can choose to make upgrades such as installing renewable energy or improving the energy efficiency of the building, start to receive the benefits from that in terms of lower utility costs in the short term. But also, if the need comes to sell one's home or building prior to the end of the term, the payback term for that upgrade, that loan repayment can be transferred with the building to the next owner. And the next owner will also be receiving those benefits in terms of the reduced utility bills because of the improvements that have been made. So we feel there's just a lot of advantages to this program. And on top of all of that, it's a great way to support local contractors. It would ultimately be local contractors who would be doing the work. As we discussed in our webinar we held in June around economic stimulus and climate action in the Bow Valley, programs such as this are really positive for fostering and supporting the local economy, along with addressing our greenhouse gas emissions. So overall, Bow Valley Climate Action would like to express really strong support for this program. Our volunteers and our little organization have already been discussing ways we might be able to support should this program go forward. So things such as just getting the word out to members of our community as to how people might be able to participate and the benefits of participating, both from a greenhouse gas emissions reduction, but also from a cost of living perspective, helping people to understand it. And we would very much look forward to working with town administration to help in any ways we can. And a big thank you as well to the town for taking a leadership role in seeking the opportunity to implement such a program, and special thanks to Laurie Rislingwin and Amy Fournier and other staff who've worked really hard to get the program to this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of council for Ms. Ripley? Seeing none, thanks very much for taking the time to speak to us today. And I'd ask now that Jeff Roberts take the mic.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, you bet.
Okay, great. Thanks. Good morning again, Mayor and councilors, and thanks for the opportunity to share my views on this. I'm speaking on behalf of the Bow Valley Green Energy Cooperative, a local cooperative that is that we put in place in the last year with the goal of developing renewable energy opportunities within the Bow Valley. We see the motivation behind this bylaw as aligned with the goals, objectives, and motivation of the Bow Valley Green Energy Cooperative. I'd like to note that a study conducted on the solar potential within Canmore in 2018 identified that 75% of the solar potential resided with residential properties within the town of Canmore. So targeting residences is really an appropriate way to go. And I'd like to echo the comments made previously by Bow Valley Climate Action and some of the benefits of mitigating risks associated with capital outlays. So for these reasons, we, Bow Valley Green Energy Cooperative, is happy to support this bylaw, and happy that we're implementing actions identified in the Climate Action Plan, which was adopted in December of 2018. That's all I've got on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of council for Mr. Roberts? Seeing none, thank you once again for being here to speak today. Now I'll look to the municipal clerk to read into the record names of anybody provided written submission.
Thank you, Mayor Borman. We received 7 written submissions. These are the names of those who submitted: Susan Berry, Bow Valley Climate Action, Jody Conuel, the Environmental Advisory Review Committee, Brian Kinsey, Ron Rempel, and Sustain Driven. And that's it.
Thank you. Are there any final administrative comments?
Yes, I was actually able to contact MCCAC with respect to Councillor McCallum's question. And so the legislation doesn't have a minimum in terms of equity within a property, but municipalities through the detailed program design could establish that minimum. So that is something that we could contemplate moving forward. So I just wanted to let Councillor McCallum know that we were able to quickly answer that question.
I'll say that was very quick.
That was very quick. May I respond, Your Worship?
Yeah, you bet.
That's great. It's actually alluded to in one of the public hearing submissions that were received in writing. And so maybe when we get a chance, we can contact that individual and let them know. I think their concern was that they were worried about, because of the value of homes in Canmore, that perhaps if you had to have a higher amount of equity in your home, it would prevent you from perhaps participating in the program. If you read the submission, you'll understand what I mean.
Yeah, and there was one submission in particular that I did want to follow up with. So council will be seeing, will be copied on that since the comments were directed to council, but I will be happy to respond and provide that clarification. The other clarifying point I'd like to make is with respect to Councillor Sanford's question around the Energuide evaluation. And again, MCCAC was able to respond quite quickly and said that they could be accepted if they were completed within the last year before the CEIP applications, and no major updates to the home were done that could potentially affect that score.
Okay, great. Thanks for getting those answers so quickly.
Mayor Borman, this is Cheryl. Sorry, I just missed reading one written submission, if you don't mind if I say that name. There was also a written submission, but from Graham Locke. Sorry for missing that.
Graham Block.
Locke.
Oh, Graham Locke. Okay, yeah. Great. Thanks very much.
Thanks.
Are there any other final administrative comments?
No, that's it from me.
Great. Well, thanks very much for presenting today. That I will close the public hearing. And we'll now turn to approval of the minutes. Oh no, did I do that already?
You did that already.
Oh well, skipped ahead. Good, tick that off the box. We'll move right on to item G1, which is the Revised Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2020-16 Omnibus Update.
Great, thank you, Mayor Barman. I'm back again. There's not really too much to update you on here from the public hearing. There is one administrative correction I would like to make though. And this can be found in attachment 2 of the Omnibus summary table on item number 6, where it makes reference to section 2.6.1, but should actually be 2.5.1. So to that regard, administration is requesting and amending a motion to correct this reference error. Beyond that, I would open the floor to any questions you have regarding the Omnibus amendments.
Are there questions from members of council at this time? Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. Just in reference to Mr. Henry's statement, are we talking about like on this attachment 2 the omnibus amendments are listed by item. Is that what we're talking about, Mr. Henry?
That is correct. So if you
Okay.
look at item number 6, that
Yeah.
is what we're looking at there. And I have it up on the screen here as well if you want to see the actual change that needs to be made.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I see it. I just, I had your numbers switched and I was like 2.5.1 is not listed. I was confused and now I understand. Thank you.
Are there other questions at this time? Seeing none, thanks very much, Mr. Henry. We've certainly been talking about this item for a long time. So at this time, I will move that the council give second reading to the revised land use bylaw amendment 2020-16 omnibus update. But I'll move a postponement. I'll move the council postpone second reading of the revised land use bylaw amendment 2020-16 to January 5th, 2021. And speaking to that motion, there's been a lot of detailed information that's been provided council pretty much last minute and very little time to fully consider all of the input. And I think it would behoove us to allow ourselves some more time to fully consider the input that's been provided. So discussion on the postponing motion. Seeing none, I'll call it Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. I just wanted to state that I completely concur, and it would be great to have a few moments to breathe to be able to give sober second thought to these suggestions that were provided through the public hearings. I'd be happy to support the tabling motion.
Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. I have a couple of other motions that I'll bring forward at the time of second reading that are directly in response to things we've heard today, specifically around directing administration to add setbacks from water bodies to their list of future omnibus amendments, but we'll consider that as a motion in January. And a similar motion that I'll prepare for January that responds to the request from Climate Action Group around possible changes to the land use bylaw that they'd like us to consider in the near future. That will be for January. We'll move on now then to item G2. Clean Energy Improvement Tax Bylaw 2020-26. Ms. Risling-Wynn, I don't know if you have more to say. But
I don't. I'm just pleased with respect to the comments brought forward during the public hearing, and happy to hear about some of the questions even. So those are some of the things that we will hopefully communicate as we potentially, if you pass the bylaw, roll out the program later in 2021. So yeah, I'm just hopeful that you will provide second and third reading to bylaw 20-26, a bylaw to establish a clean energy improvement program in Canmore.
Great. I'm just looking through the report, see if I have any questions myself, but I'm glad that you highlighted in your presentation earlier the fact that this will not result in increased taxes to all ratepayers. It's only to those who choose to take part in the program. I think that's an important distinction that residents understand. But the questions I had, we addressed during the public hearing, so I have no questions. Are other members of council? Do any members of council have questions at this time for Ms. Risling-Wynn? If not, thanks once again for all the work you've been doing to bring this forward. And
Thank you.
I will now move the council give second reading the Clean Energy Improvement Tax Bylaw 2020-26. Discussion on that motion. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. It will be my pleasure to provide support for second reading of this bylaw. As some of my colleagues know, I was chosen with 89 other members of council members across Canada to participate in the climate leadership course. And this was one program that was really highlighted through that course as being a great way where individuals could make a meaningful change in their community through just how they live their lives in their own homes. The project or the program is quite clear, and although it does take quite a bit of work to get going, which I would thank Ms. Risling-Wynn for starting on, this has been a large piece of work for her to take on. I think it really allows people in Canmore to really see themselves in climate action and how they can participate, and how it's more than just organics and turning your lights off, but it's about how we live our lives in our homes and how we can make changes that are affordable to individual households. You know, they're no different than the sidewalk that was put in front of my home 15 years ago when they redid Hospital Hill. I pay for that still on my taxes, and it's a minimal amount in my case, but it works exactly the same way, where that charge stays with the home, and the subsequent homeowners continue to receive the benefit of those upgrades with the contribution that they provide through their taxes every year. So in short, I'll be happy to support this bylaw and appreciate administration and the Environmental Assessment Review Committee and Ms. Esme Comfort, so I know is a big supporter and fan of this particular project, for putting their work into this. Thank you.
Councillor Mara.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Ms. Risling-Wynn for her presentation and for all the work she has put into this, and I'm happy to support this initiative. And it allows people to move forward who may have been hesitant, as has been stated in the public hearing, for affordability. And thank you for noting that it doesn't cost every taxpayer to have this program. It's just the ones who would like to participate. I think it's a great program to participate in. And I encourage my fellow councillors to move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll also speak in support of this motion. It's opportunities such as this that will really allow us to move forward with delivering on our climate action plan. It's so critical that we put in place all of the tools possible to encourage residents to take steps such as this. And I can assure everybody that my name will be on the list to consider as soon as there's an opportunity. I have a couple of thoughts in mind for ways that I could take advantage at my own home of this program. So yeah, I'll be happy to support the motion and thank administration, Ms. Risling-Wynn particularly, for all the work that she's done to bring this forward. Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. I too will wholeheartedly support this program. This is fantastic that we can finally roll this out. I know that Councillor Comfort and I had heard about this program a couple of years ago, and we had talked about it with Ms. Risling-Wynn, the PACE program in particular, because it's been enacted in other communities, and to be able to move forward in Canmore with this program, seeing how successful our solar incentive program was, and how much uptake there was on it. It did require a fair bit of capital from the people who were involved. And I think this program will allow more people to be involved, because the cost of it can be amortized over a much longer period of time and added onto our tax bill with that borrowing done through the municipality, I think will be really helpful. and everybody can take into their own hands their climate action and their achievements. So I think that the way it's being presented to us today is really exciting, and I'm looking forward to it. And maybe my older home is one of the 74% of the older homes that will be eligible for it. And we will certainly be looking at the opportunity for ourselves as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Sanford. Councillor Seeley.
I too will support second reading. It's exciting for residents and businesses to support green energy improvements, and it supports our climate action plans. I'm also looking forward to seeing if I can participate in the program. I think I might have some improvements to make as well.
Councillor Hillstead.
Thank you. I will also support second reading. I think it's a great program for those that will try to use it. It's just another way for us to tackle our climate goals, and just gives people another option for when they do have to face a expensive upgrade to something like their hot water tank or their furnace or whatever. So I just think it's a good opportunity just to help people out just in general for when those upgrades are required. So thank you.
Further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. And I'll then move that council give third reading of the Clean Energy Improvement Tax Bylaw 2020-26. Discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thought for a minute there that Mr. Como was going to jump in and vote on this one. With that, we will move on to item G3. That's why Mr. Como is here, the 2021 utility rate amendments. Take it away, Mr. Como.
All right, good morning, Mayor Borman, members of council. I have a presentation I'm going to share. Please let me know if you are unable to see this. So appreciating that council has a big agenda in front of them, agenda meeting today, and we've covered a lot of the similar material at the Finance Committee on November 19th. It's going to be a summary of that presentation. It'll be a little bit smaller than what you saw before, but I can certainly, if there's any outstanding questions from today or that presentation on the 19th, we can certainly talk about it. So we're here to talk about the 2021 utility rates amending bylaw. So we have one for the sewer bylaw and we have one for the water bylaw that you see there in front of us. Administration is looking for first, second, and third reading because we are interested in having these new rates take effect January 1st of 2021. So just in summary, when administration prepares the annual rate increases, there's a number of steps we go through as we shared with council during the Finance Committee meeting, and we would take a look at our operating expenses, we would take a look at our capital plan, determine the appropriate funding sources. Then we would also take a look at our growth assumptions. It's typically we would look at conservative assumptions in growth. This would normally be inflation. It would be also related to accounts, new accounts, and then consumption as well of those existing and new accounts. Once all of those are put into our utility rate model, then we click a button to determine how much revenue we need to make sure we meet those fundings and reserve balances, and then we calculate the rates, which we shared with council. So just as a reminder, when we were preparing the 2021 rates, there were some challenges. One of the things we wanted to highlight again today was, and again, because we do project conservatively, we were quite surprised that the amount of new accounts was much lower than projected. And as a result, because we have less accounts, we actually also have less water consumption as well, and into the tune of about $300,000 less than what we had budgeted for 2020. So that was really an important exercise for us to understand. And as a result, we had to create a new base for 2020. And then from there, determine what our new rates needed to be to, to suffice the 2021 revenues that are required. So we started with a base of less than $300,000. And in doing that, we also assumed that we would get to some sort of normalcy at some point after 2021. And based on that, when we put everything into the utility rate model, we had some adjustments we needed to make to our utility rates, and in particular, the split between water and wastewater. In the past, it had been a 32% associated with water and 68% of the revenue going to wastewater. However, in order to ensure that our reserve balances are adequate, we needed to adjust that to a 39% towards water and 61% towards wastewater. It was something we couldn't do right away, but we had made that adjustment over a number of years to hit that 39-61 split by 2025. So it's a bit of a gradual adjustment. On the fixed versus variable, and to be clear, fixed is the money that the charge we charge each resident or commercial account automatically. It's guaranteed revenue, so it's really important that we have a fixed account or a fixed rate. And the variable is really a factor of how much water each customer uses. In the past, we had a 53-47 split, 53% coming from fixed. And again, when we had put in all of our data in the utility rate model, we were finding that some of our rates were going below zero in increases. And so we wanted to ensure that we didn't have a negative change in our rates. So we had to adjust that to a 56-44% split. And we were able to do that right away. And the intent within the model is to keep that going in the foreseeable future. And so when we went through that exercise, this is what you end up, the impact is, and you can see here that we have the water fixed amount going from 1822 to 1958, or 7.5% increase. And for wastewater fixed, it's 2.7. For water variable, it's 5.5, and then wastewater variable, 0.8% increase. Those would be the adjustments for each one of those. Overall, the impact when we determined that the average homeowner uses about 15 cubic meters of water per month, the overall impact to the residential account, the average residential account, sorry, is 3.4% over 2020 into 2021. And for a dollar amount, that is just over $20 per year is the impact for the average homeowner. On the commercial account, it's much harder to demonstrate what the impact will be because we have so many different meter sizes and the water use varies so much depending on the type of business. But the impact, again, assuming average water, will affect the commercial accounts anywhere from 3.1% to 3.6% from 2020 to 2021. So those would be the new rates that we're asking council to approve going into 2021. And one of the key deliverable or things we want to ensure is that we have that appropriate reserve balance. You can see there in 2025, where this dotted line is, we have this blue line, which is our reserve balance, is above our red line, which is our reserve target. So you can see that we are in a healthy position. This is what we typically do each year when we prepare the rates. And so we are keeping pace with that. And that has historically demonstrated to be successful for the utility. So with that, if there are no other questions, that is the recommendation in front of council.
Thanks very much for your presentation and the very detailed presentation you gave not that long ago to council as well. Or was that Finance Committee? I lose track. You noted that new accounts this year were lower than anticipated. Is it reasonable to then assume from that learning that new builds were lower than anticipated? So there were less new structures built?
That's what we infer, is that if there was less units, then there was less building.
Okay. That's interesting piece of data to be aware of.
Or sorry, Mayor Borman, it could be a case of when those, we don't look as detailed into the rate of development as perhaps the planning and development industry. I think the question as far as how development occurred in 2020 would be best sent to them. What I can say, because we didn't hit what we had projected regarding new accounts, it's perhaps the buildings that, or the units that were completed and new accounts added to it. And I would say that we also had, again, in preparation for the utility, we don't know, maybe there's going to be a big influx of new units coming on between when we looked at the number of accounts back in October by the end of the year. That's not factored in here as well. Sure. It's based on the best information we had at the time.
Great, and I appreciate that. And I wouldn't read too much into that. It was an interesting observation. And also in your report, you noted that there was a challenge in your work, and you suggested part of that was the shift in water consumption behavior due to COVID-19, which also was just an interesting sort of realization that this pandemic has affected every detail of how the municipality operates.
Yeah, when we saw the behavior in water change in behavior in water consumption, it wasn't a surprise. We saw a huge increase in residential, and for people working from home, and now we've got grade 7s to 12s back at home, and they have their washroom breaks while they're studying. It's at home, so wasn't a surprise. And thankfully that happened because, as you mentioned in the presentation we shared with council, that we had a drop in the commercial sector, and we were very fortunate that one effectively canceled the other as far as consumption growth. We just really shifted it from one industry to another.
Right. Very interesting. Okay, are there questions for Mr. Como from other members of council? Councillor Stanford.
Thank you, Mayor Borman, and thank you, Mr. Como, for your presentation. Could you just outline for us why it's important for us to build that reserve balance over time?
Yes, for sure. Probably the best way to explain that is what we've just experienced over time. We have had a history of projects that we weren't aware of that were required. And so we wanted to make sure that we had an adequate balance in there so that we had those funds available to us if need be. We also have had an experience where capital projects have come in higher than what we had projected based on market conditions, and it's been helpful to have those funds there. Probably the most important reason we want to ensure that we have that larger target is when we do the funding for capital planning, we want to ensure that when we do life cycle replacement of pumps and buildings and pipes and so on, that we try to, where we can, fund that from reserves because it's an existing asset, and that we really only take debt for larger projects, but ones that are adding new assets. So for the second time, while we continue to use these existing assets, we use reserve versus taking debt.
Thank you.
Are there other questions for Mr. Como? Seeing none, thanks once again for being here to present on this matter to us. And at this time then, I will put a number of motions forward. First motion is that council give first reading to sewer rate amending bylaw 2028-31. Discussion on that motion. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. I will then move the council give second reading to sewer rate amending bylaw 2020-31. So discussion on that motion. See none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. I'll move the council go to third reading to sewer rate amending bylaw 2020-31. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. And I'll move the council give third reading to sewer rate amending bylaw 2020-31. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, call the question. Those in favor? Opposed, motion's carried unanimously. And I'll now move the council give first reading to the water rate amending bylaw 2020-32. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed, motion's carried unanimously. I'll move that council give second reading to water rate amending bylaw 2020-32. No discussion on that motion. I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed, motion's carried unanimously. And I'll move the council go to third reading of the water rate amending bylaw. Those in favor? Opposed, motion's carried unanimously. And I'll now move the council give third reading to water rate amending bylaw 2020-32. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. And I think we have time to move on to the next item here, which is item G4. Canmore Community Housing Corporation Construction Loan Guarantee Bylaw 2020-21. Ms. Richardson.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm just going to share my presentation with you. One moment. Perfect. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm here regarding the Canmore Community Housing Construction Loan Guarantee Bylaw 2020-21. As you may recall, first reading was back on October 6th. So today, our recommendation is that Council give second and third reading to Canmore Community Housing Corporation Construction Loan Guarantee Bylaw 2020-2021, or 21, sorry. Getting ahead of myself. So as a reminder, CCH is moving ahead with constructing affordable housing on Lot 2, Block 1, Plan 191-1891 in the Peaks of Grassy neighborhood. And the financing requirements are not expected to exceed $4 million. In order to secure this, lending institutions are requiring CCH to get a guarantee from the town of up to 35% of the loaned funds. So that would be up to $1.4 million. And the guarantee will be in place until the units sell and those funds are repaid, or December 1st, 2022, whichever is earlier. And here I do need to apologize. At first reading, I think I had a conflict in the dates in my notes and I second guessed myself. And I thought it would be the end of the year. That made sense in my head, but December 1st, 2022 is actually the correct date. So I apologize for any confusion on that from the first reading. So the builder and lender have not yet been chosen by CCH. Bids have been received and reviewed, and so the guarantee amount is based on those preliminary amounts that they received. They do expect to sign a contract soon, but that will be after today's readings. So with regards to the timeline, as I'd indicated back on October 6th, we had first reading. It now has been advertised for the 2 consecutive weeks. No petitions were received during that period. And so we arrived today at December 1st for second and third readings. And then we'll have a valid bylaw December 31st if there's no application made to the Court of Queen's Bench. In terms of financial impacts, the guarantee does impact the town's debt limit. Our current debt limit is $81.8 million, and our current and outstanding debt is $40.7 million. So with the loan guarantee at $1.4 million, it would change the percentage of our debt limit that we're using by about 1 percentage point, from 50% up to 51%. So in conclusion, our recommendation today is that Council give second and third reading to Canmore Community Housing Corporation Construction Loan Guarantee Bylaw 2020-21. And I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you very much. Just on that one date that you referenced, the December 1st, 2022. So that's then inferring that the units will be built and sold by the year today. Is that correct?
Sorry, by that date of December 1st, 2022. That's the longest.
2 years, right.
Yeah, the longest term that the
right.
The guarantee would possibly remain in place. But I believe the intent is that they will be sold and the funds repaid to us before that time.
Perfect. Are there questions from members of council? Councillor Sanford. Councillor Sanford.
Yes, my cursor is doing interesting things. Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Richardson. I just had a question for you regarding previous loan guarantees that the town has done for CCH. Have we recovered all of the previous loan guarantee funds from other projects?
Yes, all of our previous loan guarantees that we've provided to them, they all predate me, but I believe they're all completed at this point. The last one I believe was 2018. So at this point, this would be a brand new one, and I believe all the other ones have closed out at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other questions this time from Ms. Richardson? Councillor McCallum.
The hair, I know. I was wondering, and not today, and this isn't necessarily a question for Ms. Richardson, if our reps at CCH can perhaps give us an idea at the next committee of the whole as to how this project is going and how many units and is there drawings and all of that stuff. That would be really exciting to see, maybe for committee of the whole next week.
Great. We'll look to Councillor Sanford and Hillstead to provide that detail for council soon.
Thank you.
Are there other questions from Ms. Richardson? Seeing none, thanks for the work you've done to bring this bylaw to this point. And I will move the council give second reading to Canmore Community Housing Corporation Construction Loan Guarantee Bylaw 2020-21. Discussion on the motion. I'll certainly be quite happy to support this this motion. The work that's continued to be done by Canmore Community Housing is of I feel critical importance to the development of our community and providing housing that's affordable for people that are working and raising families in Canmore. This particular project has been underway for several years, and I'm particularly happy to see it at this stage where construction is imminent. So very happy to support the bylaw. Other discussion, Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. I'd be happy to support this loan guarantee bylaw. As you've said, housing continues to be of critical importance in our community, especially as we move through this pandemic. Housing has shown itself to be incredibly important. And so I do look forward to seeing some updates in the near future, and I am pleased to support this bylaw and to see a need met in the community. Continue to. Thank you.
Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. I too will support the housing construction loan guarantee bylaw for CCH. I think it's important that we have a mechanism like this, and we have been using this for a number of years, and it seems to be quite successful because it's a cost recovery kind of commitment on our part. When the units sell, we essentially get our money back. So it allows CCH to move forward and do these projects in a good and timely way, and I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
Yeah, just to that point, then, in fact, very rarely have we actually, I mean, this is a guarantee bylaw, so odds are we won't require to direct any funds to CCH for this project. It's just sort of the bank requires a guarantee that the town will step in if CCH is not able to meet their demands. So there's actually no cash changing hands in the expected future. Councillor Seeley, you had your hand up.
We'll also support this bylaw. It's an exciting project, and I'm looking forward to it. So very important for our community.
Okay, no further discussion on the motion. Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. And I'll move the council give third reading to Canmore Community Housing Corporation Construction Loan Guarantee Bylaw 2020-21. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. And I think at this time I will call a short meeting break. It's 22. Let's reassemble in 15 minutes at 5 minutes to 11. See you then. The host won't let me start my video. Okay, start my video. There we go. You're upstairs today, Lisa. Okay, we're just waiting on one.
It is 11:55 if you'd like to get started.
Or
sorry, 10:55.
10:55. I didn't miss a whole hour there, did I? There's Councillor Hillstead. Phew, now we can get started. You can't hear me. Okay, but I will call the meeting back to order and we'll move on to item G5, the offsite levy bylaw 2020-27. And I'll ask Mr. Kinsberg to take the mic.
You're stuck with me again too, actually.
Sorry, I'll ask Ms. Richardson to take the mic.
Mr. Kinsberg and I will be doing this together. He has been the point person on this project, but we'll both be doing the presentation today.
Great.
So we will be doing the offsite levy bylaw. Do you want to share your screen and we can see if that works?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
here we go. Okay, so our recommendation today is that Council give first reading to offsite levy bylaw 2020-27. And so, because it's been a while since we've spoken about the offsite levy bylaw, we thought we would start with a reminder about what the offsite levy bylaw is and why we have one. So an offsite levy bylaw is a legislated method of repayment by the development community of costs that are incurred by the town in providing supporting infrastructure for that future development. And so we have one in order to ensure that those infrastructure costs are fairly allocated to new development and growth in the community. So there's a timing difference in that the town of Canmore often needs to pay for those growth-related infrastructure projects much earlier than the development actually occurs, because the underlying infrastructure needs to be in place. So the town front ends that work. Now, the town has the authority to adopt this offsite levy bylaw under MGA section 648 subsection 1, which states that a council may, by bylaw, provide for the imposition and payment of a levy to be known as an offsite levy in respect of the land that is to be developed or subdivided. And the associated regulation that would govern this is Alberta Regulation 187/2017, and that addresses the principles and the criteria for determining the levy. And for more on how these levies actually work, I'm going to hand it off to Mr. Kinsberg.
Thank you, Ms. Richardson, Mayor Borman, and members of council. I would like to begin by explaining very briefly how the offsite levies are calculated. I believe that understanding of these two key inputs which go into the offsite levies is really fundamental to understanding some of the challenges and risks. So really we begin with a need or desire for new development and growth in the town of Canmore. And to support this new development and growth, the town of Canmore needs to execute several infrastructure projects. Now these can involve transportation projects, water projects, sanitary, storm projects, etc. And these projects are essentially go to the boundary of the new development. This is why they're called offsite. It is also important to realize that these projects not only can benefit the new development, but they can also benefit the existing development, the existing residents of the town of Canmore. So it is really critical when fairly allocating offsite levies to establish what is the percentage attributable to that growth, or in other words, what is the percentage that we can fairly allocate to the developer. And once we have this cost number, it is simply a matter of dividing it by the number of future development units to get what is essentially a ratio of dollars per unit, or in other words, known as an offsite levy rate. So I would like to focus on those two key inputs, one of them being the units of development and the other being the costs, which go on top of the line. So if we begin with the units of development, the town of Canmore will be divided into 17 offsite levy cost recovery zones. Now, we currently have 8, and by using 17 zones, it's a bit like having a higher resolution camera. We're able to better see and more fairly allocate the impacts of that infrastructure and the new development costs. So we're not adding areas, we're merely creating more areas in an existing area to improve the granularity. Now, each of these zones has a unique future planned number of what we call units of future development. So to keep the math simple, for example, if zone 3 has 100 units of future development. So these 100 units can be subdivided into 3 types of development. These can be residential units, hotel units, and commercial units. So in the case of this example, we could have perhaps 30 residential units, 30 hotel units, and 40 commercial units. So each zone will have a specific planned number of units broken out into those categories. Now, the second critical component of this is that those 100 units, for example, in zone 3, are planned using a 25-year rolling time frame. So what we've actually done is taken those 100 units of development, to keep the math simple, in zone 3, and said we're going to have, for example, 10 units of development in the year 2021, 10 units of development in the year 2022, maybe 15 units of development in 2023, and so forth. Now, why is that important for an offsite levy? The reason this is important, because the developers are going to repay us at a speed that is proportional to that speed of planned development. So for example, if in area 3, we have very little development happening for the first 15 years and a lot of development happening for the last 10, we will see a very slow rate of repayment by the developers for those infrastructure projects for the first 15 years and a reasonably high rate of repayment for those projects in the last 10 years. Conversely, if we have a lot of units planned in area 3 in the near future, say in the next 10 years, and very little units planned in the last 15 years, we will have a large amount of development repayment for those infrastructure projects in the next 10 years and very little coming in later. So each of these zones has planned units of development broken out into residential, hotel, and commercial, and also planned for the next 25 years. So what would typically happen is at the end of the first year, we would evaluate how many of those 100 units have been developed. So for example, if we developed 10 units next year, then the remaining amount of units in area 3 would be 90. And then those 90 units would be spread again over the next 25 years. So this is how the units work in the offsite levy calculation. Let's talk a little bit about the project costs, which is the top line item of that ratio. So we have approximately 75 infrastructure projects with an estimated cost of about $145 million. Now, these are only projects that we consider off-site levyable, which means that either 100% or some percent of that project can be allocated to the developers. So approximately 60% of this cost, or of this $145 million, is allocated to developers, which is about $85 million. $25 million has already been paid, approximately, and we have about $60 million still remaining to be paid by those developers. So the key takeaway here is that that $60 million will only be paid as the units are actually developed. And I need to clarify that this is basically not when the units are built as houses, but when the development permits are purchased. So as the developer applies for the development permit, that's when the offsite levies become due, not when the physical structure goes up. So what I wanted to do is provide some understanding and some clarity of how that $145 million breaks out into our key infrastructure zones. So the largest contributor to the $145 million are the sanitary infrastructure projects. So these include, for example, the wastewater treatment plant, phase 2, the solids handling and dewatering upgrades, lift station upgrades. Some of them have been completed and we are still collecting money of them. So for example, in this case, the infrastructure projects are $60 million. It has been determined that the allocated developer costs out of that $60 million is $38 million that is allocated to the developers. We have so far collected $15 million out of that 38, which means that we have about $23 million that still needs to be collected. And I will use the phrase that I used previously, $23 million that needs to be collected at a speed that is proportional to the speed of development in those benefiting areas. The next largest infrastructure area is the water infrastructure of $35 million. So we can see right now that between sanitary and water, that's $95 million out of 145, or almost 2/3 is related to water and sanitary projects. But the $35 million of water infrastructure projects is composed, for example, of projects such as the pump house number 2, the reservoir capacity upgrades, the South Bow River Loop water main. With the $35 million project costs in total, we have $27 million allocated to developers. We have collected 6 to date. And once again, that would leave $21 million to be collected over the next period, 25 years, at a speed that is proportional to the speed of development in those benefiting areas. Okay, the third largest infrastructure area would be the transportation at $22 million, which includes projects such as the Railway Avenue and Bow Valley Trail upgrades. The fourth one down the list are fire infrastructure projects at $20 million, which is the new fire hall and the second fire hall in the Three Sisters area of about $20 million, with $8 million allocated to developers. And lastly, we have the storm infrastructure projects of $6 million, which include projects such as the Teepee Town stormwater upgrades, the Stonework Creek drainage diversion, $6 million, $3 million allocated to developers, $1 million collected to date. So those are the key infrastructure areas, and just an indication of how that $145 million is broken out into some of the projects that we are executing that are off-site levyable. My last slide, I wanted to do a bit of a comparison to help us better understand how the levy rates have changed from the previous bylaw to the current bylaw. And I do apologize for the numbers and the amount of numbers on this chart. But really what we have is we have 3 sections of this table. We have information on the previous model or the previous bylaw that we had. In the center of the chart, we have the new model, which is our new bylaw and the new method of calculation. And on the far right-hand side, we have the percentage change. And for all these areas, we have a comparison of our 3 types of development: the residential dollars per unit, the hotel dollars per unit, and the commercial dollars per hectare. And we have that ability to compare between the previous and the new model. And one thing we'll notice right away is that we have the zones for the previous model, the 8 zones that we had, which was the east, the west, the central 1, 2, and 3, Spring Creek Mountain Village, Teepee Town, and Palliser. Because we have a lot more zones, a lot more granularity in the new model, we had to group some of those zones together to try to compare more of an apples to apples basis. So for example, the east zone, we had to group zones 1, 3, and 4 together to be able to make a reasonable comparison between the residential dollars per unit between the old model and the residential dollars per unit for the new model. So we can see as we go down the table that some of the residential units, dollars per unit have dropped. Some of the hotel units have dropped. Some of them have gone up. And we also see an increase generally across the board on the commercial dollars per hectare. Now, the reason for that increase is because we are able now to take into consideration the intensity impact of commercial development as compared to residential development. We are, in other words, able to do a much more fair and much more rigorous analysis that considers how much more infrastructure commercial development will use compared to residential development and hotel development. So the overall costs have not gone up, but how we're attributing those costs is a lot more fair and a lot more rigorous in the way the mathematics and the numbers are applied. So I think with that, this is a very brief summary of how the different zones and the different development types have changed from the previous bylaw to the new bylaw. And perhaps at this point, I would like to leave it to open to questions if anyone has any questions they would like to ask.
Thank you very much. And I have to say that that was a very succinct overview of the matter. This is a really complicated issue for people in the community to understand, and certainly I've had this sort of presentation numerous times over the years, and thank you for presenting it in such a, I think, such a clear fashion. I do have 1 or 2 questions, maybe more. So in the bylaw itself, I'm looking at change of use or intensity of use numbers 15, 16, and 17 in the bylaw itself. So could you just speak a little bit and provide a little more detail on those 3 sections in the bylaw?
Yes, so there are several nuances in the Municipal Government Act that will decide whether or not we are allowed to charge an off-site levy bylaw and when that happens. So if we have, there's 3 main situations to consider. The first one is, has an off-site levy bylaw been applied to a development previously? And the second consideration is the nature of the development changing? So in instances when the development is changing, so for example, if it goes from a commercial development to a hotel development, we are allowed by the MGA to charge a hotel off-site levy for the development as long as we provide credit for the previous commercial infrastructure demand using a fair and reasonable calculation. If, on the other hand, the nature of the development is not changing, so we're going from a commercial development to a larger commercial development, and the previous developer already paid commercial levies, the MGA does not allow us to charge an off-site levy for a second time. When this happens, we have to apply a different section of the MGA where different negotiation takes in, usually through the development permit, where we are able to recover the costs of the additional infrastructure demands for that larger but same type of development. But we are not allowed to charge an off-site levy per se on that. Does that help clarify a little bit the?
Yes. So number 16 is specific to additional levies that were not collected in the original instance. So fire is the example, one of the examples you use. So how does, now that we are permitted to include fire as part of offsite levy, which is relatively new, how would that be applied through the offsite levy? So projects that have been paying into the offsite levy or benefited from it to this point, perhaps they've already sold some units and so have paid their offsite levies on those units. And now we're able to collect for fire. Is that added in as additional offsite levy to units that were previously approved?
So we can only charge offsite levies going forward. If we have, for example, fire, I think recreation is another one, libraries that came into effect with the MGA. We cannot go back and say, well, now we have to pay for those types of development, because by the time at the time of the previous bylaw being issued, those were not in effect. So we can only move forward on new development, and only the new development going forward will be paying the offsite levies, of which fire or other supporting, whatever infrastructure basins are allowed through the current MGA. So we can't go back and recover lost levies from past developments. We can only move forward.
Mm-hmm. So not to single out any specific development, but let's, for sake of the discussion, consider Spring Creek Mountain Village. So there's still quite a bit of development to occur there. Would future development then be paying different offsite levies because of the additional opportunity to charge, or was there an offsite levy that was calculated 15 years ago or whatever that applies to all future development in Spring Creek as well?
It's difficult for me to speak specific cases right now. I would have to revert back with my team here and look at what happened in Spring Creek and what was actually paid. It's I think with every specific case, we just have to make sure that we investigate it within the legalities of the MGA and what it allows us as of right now. I mean, the act keeps changing. The allowances keep changing. We just have to be vigilant to ensure that we are being fair and following the MGA. At this point, I think each nuance, each project can have certain requirements that need to be evaluated on a case-by-case basis. It's difficult for me to know what happened in Spring Creek specifically to be able to answer that with any degree of confidence.
Okay, I'll continue to try to think of how to ask the question.
Okay.
In a different way. I'm watching councillors see if anybody has questions this time.
I mean, I think, again, going forward, if new development occurs and we are allowed to charge offsite levies for fire infrastructure from the point that the bylaw is created to the next 25 year forward, if it's part of the plan and the cost of the fire infrastructure has been divided into those projects and into those developments, we will pursue that to the extent that the MGA allows.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit difficult because it seems, why is it now? Why wasn't it before? Well, we weren't allowed to do that before, but that doesn't mean we can't go forward and recover those costs. I think the MGA has provided allowances for fire halls, I believe recreation facilities, libraries, police support. So those are new additions. Which were allowed to go forward, but we can't go back. We can't go back. And
so I guess maybe what I'm curious about then is in the chart. that you provide on the page 3 of your report, the new model. So those offsite levies will apply from the time this bylaw is approved forward.
That's correct.
So as new units come on, those were the offsite levies that would have to be paid to the town for those units when they sell.
That's correct. Right now, we are still using the old units, the old bylaw. We haven't actually started using, if you see fire in that table, we haven't actually started charging for that yet.
Right. No, I think that really speaks to my question.
Okay.
Can you just review number 17, just so I'm really understanding it?
Okay, so let me just have to, 17 of the bylaw, sorry?
Yeah, section 17.
So that's the one where for parcels that have not previously contributed offsite levies, so where they haven't paid before and change to the number of units that would be involved.
Right, and the example of a single family home being replaced with a duplex. The assumption is that the single family home didn't pay offsite levies in the first place.
Yes.
So to the extent we haven't been able to, or we haven't collected them before for that site, we do have the opportunity to, at the time of redevelopment, and the number of units isn't necessarily the history, it's always applied going forward. So it would be calculated based on the number of units going forward.
That's how I understood the section, so I just want to be certain that I understood it correctly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Richardson. And just to add to that, the key point was that the previous development did not pay the offsite levies, which is why we are allowed to charge an offsite levy for another residential development, because the previous residential development did not pay that. So the MGA allows us to do that, because even though it's the same type of residential development, because they haven't paid it, we are now able to calculate it. And what the equation in the bylaw is showing is basically just a simple example of giving credit for the infrastructure of that previous single residential unit.
Is there a possibility or a situation where a unit could have paid offsite levies in the past and now, using the same example, adding a second unit to the property, but that property wouldn't be charged offsite levies on the second unit because they had paid initially?
Exactly. And this is where we have to use an alternate method of negotiation. We are not allowed to charge an offsite levy for that second unit because the first unit already paid an offsite levy, but we do have recourse in the MGA through the development permit process under section 651 under agreements regarding oversized improvements to recover some of those costs. But you're correct. We are not, if the previous single residential unit paid an offsite levy, we are not allowed by the MGA to charge a second offsite levy for that residence.
Right. We're not allowed through the offsite levy bylaw, but there's another.
Yes,
way
another mechanism. Yeah, through the development permit under section 651.
Super, thank you for that. Councillor Sanford, you had a question.
Yeah, I think, thank you. I think that might have answered my question. I'm just looking at your previous model and your new model, the chart that you put up earlier. So Central 1, Zone 10 has the percentage change is 59%. There's an increase of 59%. So
yes.
Is that reflected in that, what you just explained about there's a higher density in that neighborhood, but there may or may not have been offsite levies collected in the first place?
Yes, so what I think there is a large amount of current infrastructure projects that are benefiting fewer units. So it's because we are providing a lot of infrastructure in zone in Central 1, and has been decided through our planning and engineering departments that a large portion of that should be attributed to growth, in other words, a developer, we don't have very many units to spread those costs over, which is why it appears that the costs are going up, because basically we are providing more infrastructure projects that benefit fewer areas, a smaller area. So that ratio is reflective of that. The cost divided by number of units goes up. So the offset leverage, yeah.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
In your report, you note that this bylaw should be reviewed annually, and I know that this bylaw that you're presenting today required a great deal of work in the community. This has been underway for some time, and far more extensive conversations, I think, were held to design this revision. You wouldn't anticipate that level of review on each annual review, or would you?
Well, I don't believe we need that level of review. One of the largest contributing factors in this 2-year period was was using a brand new computation methodology for the offsite levies, which included a third-party contractor that provided us with the model and the methodology of doing that. So that took up resources, that took up time. The improved granularity of the model, understanding how the model works, providing transparency to the stakeholders, communicating, providing assurances that the model is in fact correct, took some time. I don't anticipate that would be required the next go round.
That was my expectation. The person that you referenced, the outside
Corvus,
their work is done. They wouldn't be involved each year on the review. They just help establish the new process and worked out all the bugs, and now we're quite capable of doing it on our own.
That's correct. We had a model transfer of the model this summer. We have validated the model using our own internal programming and checks. We have been able to add numerous improvements and checks, scope additions as far as projects and percentage allocations. So we are well versed in how the model operates, and we are, I would think, in great shape and set up to start using the model on a regular basis to maintain it, update the planning units, update the benefiting areas, updating the projects going forward.
Yeah, a lot of work, but I really think this has been valuable exercise to put in place a different model for the offsite levy review. One other question I have in the recommendation in the report is that council give first reading to the offsite levy bylaw, but there's no information as to what happens after first reading.
I'm sorry, I should have followed up with that following the conclusion of our presentation was the next step. So we're asking for a first reading today. And like many of our other bylaws, this one does need to be advertised. There is a little bit of a difference. Many of our bylaws, such as the borrowing ones that I do, the residents have the option to petition to council, but the offsite levy is slightly different, and that the recourse, should people wish to provide feedback, would not be a petition to council like so many of our other bylaws. It's actually a formal appeal to the MGB. So following this, we will be advertising the bylaw as well as that information for anyone potentially seeking to appeal it. And so that then takes those 2 weeks of advertising time, the period after that for the appeal. And so we will be coming back for second and third reading likely in the new year to get this actually in place.
Okay, thank you for that. So if there was somebody wishing to appeal, that would be a long and cumbersome process if they need to go to the MGB.
To be honest, I'm not intimately familiar with what that process looks like. Those steps will be all laid out with the advertisement, but it definitely is a different level of rigor that it doesn't come back to council. It actually formally goes to the MGB. There was a significant level of stakeholder engagement throughout this process. We worked very closely and communicated with BOTA. Their letter of support is included with the agenda package for for today's meeting. So, you know, some of the relevant parties we have been in ongoing communications with through this long process. But that is the holdup why it's only first reading at this point, is because of that advertising requirement and to provide that opportunity for appeal.
Right, and given the amount of work that you've done, as you say, I would be surprised if there was appeal. Certainly, it's noted that the development industry through BOTA has supported this bylaw. If there should be an appeal, then the existing bylaw would just continue on until that work was completed.
Correct, that is my understanding.
Great. Are there other questions, Councillor Seeley?
Thank you, Mayor Borman. Something that pops out to me is the Teepee Town and Central 2 are higher than the others. As lessons learned, can you remind me why they're so high, and hoping that the new model will balance things a little better?
So, I guess just to kind of repeat the mechanics of why the rates would appear to be higher, there's two things that might happen. The number of development units, which is the denominator, has dropped, and the number which increases that offsite levy rate because the project costs are spread over less units, or alternately, and I don't have the intimate detail of that, the number of projects that we needed to build in those areas has gone up. And the percentage allocated to developers is reflected in that. So either the cost has gone up or the number of units is small, but those two inputs work together to affect that offsite levy rate. So in the case of Teepee Town and Palliser, I have to look at the details, but it's very possible that the amount of work that needs to be done in those areas is spread over not too many development units, which results in that high cost, or potentially the number of development units hasn't necessarily changed, but the amount of work we need to do, whether it's transportation, infrastructure, water, sanitary, is larger, which results also in an increase in that offset levy rate. So one of two mechanics is happening. Either the project costs are going up or the number of units is going down for those areas. Does that help answer the question, Councillor Seeley?
Yes, thank you.
I would note, Councillor Seeley, that in fact the offsite levies in Teepee Town have gone down for residential and hotel units by 8%. So just to be clear, they haven't increased, they've gone down.
No, I'm not saying they've increased, but they are higher than other areas.
Than the others.
Okay, are there other questions? Seeing none, thanks again for this presentation. It's been very helpful.
It's been a pleasure, Mayor Borman. Thank you, members of council.
With that, then I'll move the council give first reading to offsite levy bylaw 2020-27. And is there discussion on that motion? Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. I'd be happy to support first reading of the offsite levy bylaw 2020-27. The offsite levy bylaw, you're right, is a sort of like black magic that a majority of the community don't quite understand exists, and all of the workings behind it. And it was actually one of the bigger sort of mind-blowing concepts as a councillor that I learned in my first year. And it is a follow the bouncing ball exercise, definitely. That being said, I have seen this bylaw come to council every year, every 2 years, as is able for update. And I understand that we've had some reports that have come forward in the last few years that have helped make this upgrade and this sort of lateral move to an electronic bylaw much more granular in its detail. As administration pointed out, the ability to have these 17 areas in Canmore certainly provides precision in math that we didn't quite benefit from in the past. So that being said, I am happy to support first reading, and I appreciate the council or admin bringing this to council, and I expect that, as we see with the letter of support from the development industry, that they are pleased with the transparency and the numbers that have been provided. I would like to actually point out to council that there's a lot of communities in Alberta that don't have an offsite levy program or model. In fact, the city of Calgary's just brought one in the last, I think, 5 years. And so this really allows us to put the cost of growth on growth, and it helps us keep our taxes in line with the actual costs as a community in terms of having to subsidize growth moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and I will support the motion as well. You know, I often have questions or hear from residents in the community about this issue, and concern is expressed that you know, current taxpayers are paying for new development, and it's important that I am able to explain it in a simple but meaningful way how through the offsite levy, development actually pays for development, and it's not current ratepayers that are paying for new water lines and roadways and whatnot that service new developments. I know it is a difficult concept to really grasp a hold of, and it's not sort of regular conversation around the coffee tables, but hopefully maybe people are paying attention to these discussions at council and learning a little bit about how this works. And as I've said a couple of times, I think the presentation today was really comprehensive and quite clear and as easy to follow as anything can be on offsite levies. So thank you for the work that's gone into this, a lot of work that's gone into this on the part of both administration and the building community. Is there other discussion on the motion? Councillor Seeley?
I'll also support this and thank administration and all those who contributed to this. It's not easy, but it's nice to know that we will be reviewing it more regularly, and there's lots in here to consider. So thank you for this.
Further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. I think we have time to address item H1, the 2021 budget.
We do.
So I will invite Ms. Rogers to the mic.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, thank you, Mayor and members of council. I have 5 motions for council to consider today. The first 4 were reviewed in detail with the Finance Committee on November 19th, so I will speak to them only briefly. And the 5th item is a policy requirement, which I will review in more detail shortly. So the first motion addresses the 2021 interim budget. This interim budget approval is required to ensure that programs and services can continue to be offered, as the MGA requires council approval for all expenditures. Many municipalities regularly pass interim budgets, with some that we found waiting to approve their annual operating budget as late as the spring, when the provincial budget is typically released. So it's not an uncommon process. The plan is to continue with operations as they are now. This interim budget will be in place for less than 2 months and will then be replaced with the approved 2021 budget. The 2020 originally approved budget, which council approved in late 2019, is the one that we're proposing today. Sorry that I've used the word approved a lot, but important message. The second request that we're making today is a transfer from the tax stabilization reserve of $300,000 to fund the COVID contingency for the first part of 2021. This funding will support Council's priority of making outdoor amenity space more accessible, and will support ongoing COVID expenses, and also support for our human resources team to complete some of their work projects that were set aside because of their COVID response. COVID expenses for the balance of 2021 will also be funded from the tax stabilization reserve, with this request coming to the Finance Committee for discussion in January and for approval with the 2021 budget. The master fee schedule is the next item that we're asking Council's approval on. And the master fee schedule operates under the principle of cost recovery and user pay. And adjustments are made to the master fee schedule to reflect the cost of providing services. The user pay principle is that the person or business needing the service pays the fee rather than general taxes covering these services. Changes to this year's fee schedule include inflation in supply costs, fuel, and staff time. And I did discover that in some cases we've actually reduced fees based on that actual cost to do business. And one example of that is the processing of insufficient funds payments that we have. It takes less staff time to process an electronic fund insufficient payment than it does if a payment has been made by check. And so we've adjusted that amount to reflect, again, the actual cost of doing business. The next item is a scope change for capital project 7140, which is the 2020 light fleet replacement. Fleet replacement is guided by the fleet replacement policy and the reality of how vehicles age and the maintenance that is required. And our fleet team is very thorough when determining the appropriate time to replace a vehicle, not only based on the schedule in the fleet policy, but on what our ongoing actual maintenance costs and safety concerns might be. This project was originally canceled as part of the 2020 COVID budget reductions. With the receipt of the most funding, Council approved this project to be reinstated. And since the spring when this project was originally canceled, the electric vehicle study was completed, and the revised scope being proposed today will allow administration more flexibility to address the current need. And in this case, that is a replacement of vehicles with a climate action lens. And finally, the budget amendments policy requires capital projects not eligible for carryover to be submitted to Council for cancellation. This would mean a project has not started, we've not received any quotes, and no proposals or tenders have been issued. And today we have 4 projects to review with you. The first 2 are for Lions Park. Now, this project has been on hold as we've been waiting for our tennis club to receive a grant that they have applied for. Now, they've been unsuccessful in getting that grant this year, but they are continuing to apply for that grant. And so we recommend canceling this project now. We have put it back in the plan for 2022. In the event that the tennis club is able to secure their grant funding next year, the playground portion of this project can also be completed, which would be an approved scope change that we would get from Council by switching out the Peaks Playground with the Lions Park Playground. So the work can continue based on that funding.
Sorry, can I just interrupt on that question?
Of course, yeah.
So typically when a group applies for CEIP funding, which the tennis club has been doing for this project, it requires a letter from the municipality confirming that we have approved funding that are part of the funding. So in a CEIP application, it would seem to me that we would have to make a decision at the time that the tennis club is completing their application. Council would have to approve the municipal portion of the funding.
Mhm.
You would bring that.
Yes,
back.
this will come back as to Finance Committee in January for budget discussions for the capital budget moving forward. But because no work has started now, we're not recommending that we carry over this project as a work in progress, but rather that we resubmit it as a new project, and then would address any of those types
Great.
of requirements. Yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. The next item is the broadband study. Work in that area has not proceeded in this year, largely due to economic recovery, but also because the broadband landscape has really changed in recent years and continues to change with new investments from both TELUS and Shaw. Our next step is actually to do a review of our current availability of services and community needs, because that has changed significantly since this project was first put on the plan. Federal grant programs that you may have heard about recently are focused on residential access. And really our approach here was institutional or commercial access. So we're not missing out on any granting opportunities in the short term. Those opportunities were for shovel-ready projects on the residential side. We don't have a shovel-ready project, and our focus was institutional and commercial. So we do want to just regroup, understand how the current landscape has changed, and then determine what appropriate next steps would be. And finally, the last project to cancel is a planning management system expansion. Our planning team does not have the capacity from a workload perspective to advance this project in 2021. And you'll see that it is back in the plan for 2022. So we'll just take a bit of a pause next year, regroup, and then circle back to that one as well. And that concludes my presentation. So I'm happy to take your questions. Again, there are 5 recommendations for your approval today.
Thank you. So as you know, the interim budget would only span 2 months, January and February, and likely less than 2 months if we manage to get the new budget approved in February as intended.
Correct.
So the master fee schedule is being asked to be approved as well. And I don't have any questions about the fees themselves, but just reviewing that schedule, my attention was brought to the Memorial Plaque Program, which is a part of the fee schedule. This is sort of out in left field and probably not the right, you're not the right person to ask the question. I guess I'm curious how that program is rolling out, but I better ask that question of senior admin later. It's outside of this. Just seeing that in the fee schedule reminded me, I was curious. Are there questions for Ms. Rogers in regards to the report that's before us today? Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. I too was doing a second glance at the fee schedule, and I'm curious, can somebody tell me what the bicycle-friendly business district application is?
I cannot. I'm not sure if Ms. Smithers or Ms. DeSoto can answer that question. If not, we can certainly find out and get back to you.
Okay. Anyone want to take a stab at that from senior? Answer to be provided at a later date.
Gotcha. That's cool.
As with many of the items before council today, there's been quite a bit of discussion with council and finance committee and whatnot on this this issue. So I don't have a lot of questions at this time. Councillor McCallum, did you put your hand up with another question?
Yes, I did actually. I was just curious as to what finance committee, which we start soon actually, how those meetings are going to look compared to how they've looked in the past. I know that we were still trying to work out the fine details of the IT piece, but I'm wondering if we're going to meet exactly as we are now, or if we're looking, if the hybrid option will be at all available to us yet.
Yeah, great question. The plan is to meet as we are now. A couple of reasons for that. One is the group size is restricted to 10 people.
Right.
And so we're more than 10 with members of council and administration that needs to be present. The other piece is that we've had a delay from our supplier of getting the hybrid technology installed. So we're now targeting mid-December date for that, and then still need to do some testing. So the plan, we do start meeting with finance committee. We have a meeting with our auditor on December 10th. That one will be in this format. And then we begin meeting on January 5th. And again, the plan is to have this format. The finance committee meetings are live streamed as well, so the public is able to view the deliberation and the presentation. Certainly not an ideal situation, but I think given where we're at with COVID, really the only option that we have at this time.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And that was not my question. Sorry, thank you.
Ms. Rogers, just a follow-up thought or question regarding what we were talking about, the proposed tennis court expansion. And I understand there's a possibility that the CEIP application would be middle of January, which is before we'll have approved a new budget. Will we be able to provide them basically approval in principle as early as the middle of January, or is that something we would have to discuss at the January 3rd or 5th meeting of council, whatever that is?
We can certainly discuss on January 5th. I'm not as familiar with the specific details of that grant application, but we can certainly get that information and bring it before council when needed, so as not to detrimentally affect the tennis club's application.
Thanks. Well, once we have better detail on that, we can consider options. There was one other question I had in regards to the recommended second motion to approve 300,000 from the tax stabilization reserve. So essentially, council would be approving taking or accessing that $300,000. It would stay in the tax stabilization reserve. It wouldn't be moved anywhere else. It's just pre-approval that COVID-related expenses that we can't anticipate, perhaps. Administration already has that approval in place to access up to 300,000 in the tax stabilization reserve.
Correct. Much as we've managed that this year and moving forward, yes.
Sure. And just to be clear, I mean, if anything should change, it may be that those monies won't need to be accessed, but it's just important to have that ability to move quickly and be flexible.
That's correct, because again, the MGA does not allow an administration to spend money that is not authorized by its council, and in doing this process, we're able to continue to fund those expenses. Yeah.
And rightly so. Good heavens, we wouldn't want, things would be all willy-nilly if we could spend money without council approval. Councillor Sanford, you have a question.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Rogers. Wasn't the most funding that we were provided to be spent by March 31st, 2021? Or it's only available till March 31st?
Technically, yes, but the nuance there that we were advised by Municipal Affairs is that the eligibility for a town or city's most funding can only be expenses incurred up to March 31st of 2021. But we have already incurred lost revenue and expenses in excess of what our allotment is, so that deadline does not apply to us. Yeah.
Okay, so this funding is the 300,000 isn't particularly necessary to access most because we've already incurred the expenses in 2020.
Correct. So we've incurred the expenses and council approved that our most funding could be put into the tax stabilization reserve. And then now we're actually drawing from the tax stabilization reserve rather than accessing most money. It's a bit of a nuance, but yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other questions at this time, Councillor McCallum?
Thank you, Mayor Barman. I just wanted to, and we talked about this when we discussed the in Finance Committee, but just in this public meeting. So the first recommendation is that council approve the original 2020 approved operating budget as the 2021 interim operating budget. So I think that the word original is purposeful. So we are going to be approving what we first approved this time last year. Well, December of last year, not what we revised in April, May.
Correct.
Okay. And so how does that work in terms of like expenses that you were able to, that were permitted within the original budget that were perhaps stripped out within the revised budget? How does that reconcile itself?
Right, so those expense savings were not actually taken out of the budget. The direction that council had provided to administration was to offset lost revenue with expense savings. And so we had $2.8 million in lost revenue. We took that much out of our operating budget, but the actual original budget did not change by that amount. We had a motion where we adjusted that approved budget down by $1.225 million to offset a transfer to reserves because of some canceled capital projects. So the operating expense side of things happened outside of the approved budget based on council's direction to offset lost revenue.
So it really wasn't a revised budget. It was a, is
not
there
on the expense side, that's correct, yeah.
Right, gotcha. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, I've been wondering about the wording of that motion, just to be very specific. But the more I think about it, I think the proposed wording is clear. You know, it's the original approved operating budget. So yeah, I don't have any intent to revise the wording of that motion, which I had been considering. Are there other questions, any other points of discussion? Seeing none, thanks Ms. Rogers for being here to present this report today. There's a lot of meat in this report, and it is critical that council approve the budget so the town can continue to function after December 31st this year. And as I think I've mentioned in previous meetings, Finance Committee or whatever, I think this is the third time that as a member of council, I've been involved in approving an interim budget. So it's certainly not unheard of. My guess is there'll be a lot of municipalities approving interim budgets at this time. So having said that, I'll move that council approve the original 2020 approved operating budget as the 2021 interim operating budget. So discussion on that motion. I think we've all spoken to that motion one way or another for a bit. So I will call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. I'll then move the council approve $300,000 from the tax stabilization reserve to fund COVID expenses for the first quarter of 2021. For discussion on that motion. Seeing none, Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. I would just like to highlight how much I appreciate that this motion is coming forward. I think that we really don't know what the next 2.5 months could bring, and it's great that we have provided admin with the flexibility to be able to address some of those things that pop up financially that we might need to deal with as a community. So I'm happy to support this motion.
The discussion, comment? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed, motion's carried unanimously. I'll then move the council approve the 2021 master fee schedule as presented. Discussion on that motion. Seeing none, call the question. Those in favor? Opposed, motion's carried unanimously. And I'll then move the council approve the scope change to 7140, the light fleet replacement as presented. And I'll speak in support of that motion. As we have discussed in previous meetings, this light fleet replacement is actually good news for our climate action to replace some of the gas-fueled vehicles with EV. So happy to support this motion. Other discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. And I'll then move the council direct administration to cancel capital projects 7086, 7096, 7122, and 7126. Discussion on the motion. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. So I will also support this particular motion. I am pleased to hear that there's a plan in place should the Lions Park Tennis Court expansion grant come through. Fingers crossed.
Right, you are. We'll have more conversations about that between now and the January council meeting in case there's a requirement for some decision of council at that point. But otherwise, I'm quite happy to support this motion as well. Any other comments, discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. And I believe that I will now call a 1 hour meeting break. So it's, look at that, it's right bang on noon. Wow, brilliantly timed. We'll reassemble at 1 o'clock. Have a good lunch. We're just waiting. Councillor McCallum. And then we can reconnect or restart the meeting. No, it's 1 o'clock. We'll give Councillor McCallum a few seconds grace here. Ms. DeSoto? You're unmuted. Did you have something to say? No. Can you hear us, Ms. DeSoto? I don't think so. Somebody up there let her know she's mute or something.
Will do.
Thank you. Okay, well, I think we'll recommence the meeting and
Mayor Borman, I can't hear you. If can anybody else hear him? Oh. I can. Can I hear you now? Yeah. Can you hear them? I can't hear them.
how about now?
You can hear her now. Okay.
Can you hear us now?
I can hear you, John, but I can also.
No, I'm talking to Lisa, actually. She's not hearing us. Okay, we'll give a moment to sort out technology. Anybody know sign language?
You might want to have re-enter the meeting.
The hell am I watching?
Well, first of all, we're live.
We are live.
So you're live right now, and we're watching council.
Sorry, I've got 3 meetings going on my screen, and I'm not sure what's going on. Sorry, I apologize.
Okay, well, leave.
Okay, now there's one voice.
Okay. How are things for Ms. DeSoto?
Can you hear me now?
Yes?
I'm sorry, when I go to multiple screens, I cannot manage it. So I'm gonna have to pause and but you carry on, and I will try to just go to one screen so that I can participate in the meeting. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, with that will restart the meeting. And the first item this afternoon is item H2. Councillor Seeley's reconsideration of motion 201B 2020 Teepee Town Tourist Home Units. And just before I hand the mic off to Councillor Seeley, I'll remind all councillors that the discussion at this point will center only on the question about reconsidering that motion and not what may come after reconsideration. So with that, Councillor Seeley, you have the mic.
Thanks for this, Mayor Borman and the rest of council. Reconsideration of motion 201B-2020 Teepee Town Tourist Home Units. Owners and residents of Teepee Town support revisiting the motion presented on November 3rd to reconsider tourist home zoning density. The new ARP states that the purpose of this district is to create a mixed-use area that accommodates a range of residential development and higher density, as well as a small-scale commercial developments that meet both local and visitor needs. Following the land use bylaw amendment approved on October 6th to limit tourist home density to 1 per lot, additional information and clarification has come to light and provides council with a more informed understanding. Given the tremendous work done on this ARP over the past few years, there is an opportunity to support tourist home zoning and have engaged discussion on mixed use development while enhancing this important community gateway. When I asked a question of clarification to administration on October 6th, I realized there was more to consider. This process has been long and for the most part informed with good information to base decisions on throughout. The tourist home amendment and the specific limitation, important community input is available and pertinent. This was, there was a perception by some members of, sorry, let me start that part over again. There was a perception by some public members that tourist home zoning was anticipated. However, Council's restriction was a surprise. Council's restriction and the resulting large divergence in vision creates the opportunity for Council to provide a public forum and gain better understanding of the issue. Land use bylaw wording provided by administration left the matter of how many tourist homes are appropriate to the market to control and correct when necessary. Tourist home zoning is an exciting product for this area of Teepee Town, and recent new developments have demonstrated strong demand and need for this product. So a less restrictive number will continue positive momentum and development. The majority of the neighborhood has been silent on the matter throughout the process, so having new engagement is vital. Ms. Hyde, can you show the picture that I sent you?
Yes, I will do. So we'll have to scroll through it. Tell me when you'd like to scroll.
Just down to the bottom.
Okay.
About the attachment, there's in the main body of what I sent you is the picture that I'm looking for. It's
A
just,
picture. All right.
I'll get you to show the signatures next.
Sorry, I'm going to have to stop sharing for a second. I don't know where the picture is.
Yeah, you're in the attachment that I sent you. This was in the body of the email.
Oh, got it. All right. 2 seconds. Sorry. Okay, I'm going to have to share my email, so it's going to look a little weird, but hang on. Is that it?
That's it. So council should have received this, and it's some work that's been going on in the neighborhood just to gain some momentum. And you'll see the green represents homeowners who have signed a letter of support to reconsider. The yellow are those who support but were not available or chose not to sign. And the red is strongly opposed. So it does show that there's been some engagement in the community, and there's this is an important topic to them. So the signature page was the first one. It's in the attachment, Ms. Hyde. Can you also show that? There's 28 signatures of members. And one of those signatures is from Ed Reep. Ed is a resident of Teepee Town and also a member of the Teepee Town Task Force until it was decommissioned. In his example, he's got a fourplex, and there are two tourist homes in that, and he's saying that it's because of market forces. So if you can scroll just down to the bottom for the signatures, and council has this, so. You can see it's well balanced throughout the neighborhood.
And that's the end.
Great. thank you.
Okay.
So to summarize, I think there's more to this. There's lots of engagement and possibilities. I do want to get this this zoning right. Tourist home zoning is fairly new, and it has informed development in that area of Teepee Town, and there's some really good momentum there. So I do agree with the restriction. However, I think 1 per unit is too restrictive, and more would make more sense. I look forward to hearing from the public if I'm successful at this, to get some real engagement on this and find out where we can settle. I'm proposing 50% as opposed to.
We're not. That's a separate issue.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'd encourage my colleagues to support this so we can hear from those impacted by this decision. And yeah. Please accept this and give me your support.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. So when I reviewed the video of the council meeting where this amendment was approved, and you spoke in support of Councillor McCallum's amendment, indicating that you thought that amendment brings a good balance to the neighborhood. And so we're to take from this report that you no longer feel that 1 tourist home per lot is good balance.
No, I no longer feel that, and there's more information there. I do agree with the restriction. We need to make sure this is managed, but it's too restrictive and will have consequences, I believe.
So also in your report, you note that you spoke with several residents, which encouraged you to bring the notice of reconsideration forward. Do you know if the residents you spoke with were all residents of Teepee Town or property owners there and resident elsewhere?
There was a mix of property owners who don't reside in Teepee Town and some who do. And of course, the signatures are members of Teepee Town. They're both owners and residents in Teepee Town.
For sure. Although I'm also aware that sometimes it's hard for people to say no, they won't sign a letter when a good friend comes to the door and asks you to sign this letter. So I'm less enthralled with a letter that's been circulated by a proponent in that way. But that's, I suppose, neither here nor there. Are there questions for Councillor Seeley on his report? Councillor McCallum?
Thank you, Mayor Barman, and thank you, Councillor Seeley, for your presentation. I was wondering if you could remind Council how many years you spent on the Teepee Town ARP task force.
I believe I spent 2 years on the task force.
2 years. And so within those 2 years that you sat on the task force, did you hear any conversation around the table about the importance of tourist home zoning?
I don't know that it came up.
The purpose of the task force was to try and bring forward a new ARP. And so I would figure that uses within the task force would have been discussed.
When I was on the task force, we were more reviewing applications as they came forward for approval.
Right. That was one of the tasks that we had, task force tasks, haha. So you didn't actually do any review of the ARP itself?
Not in depth. Of course, tourism, the tourist home zoning has been ongoing for quite some time. I don't know when it started, but it goes back a decade or so.
Yeah, the tourist home zoning goes back to 2004. And then it was just the one block face that was enabled to have tourist home zoning with the changes. So you were contacted by people that own homes or are speculators in Teepee Town?
Yes.
And so are these people that you've been in contact before on other council items?
Probably they're members of the they're members of the community.
Right, because I've heard from them too. I think all of council has gotten emails on this matter. And I was just trying to understand if when the ARP portion came forward in the summer, which was, I think, May 5th, we had first reading, and concerns about tourist homes came forward within the ARP, if anybody contacted you at that time.
No, as I mentioned in my report, it's been relatively silent on tourist homes. There hasn't been a lot discussed on the tourist homes.
Right. Do you know how many tourist homes are on 2nd Ave?
I don't know the numbers, no.
So there are currently, out of the 24 lots on 2nd Ave, 9 of them have been redeveloped. And so that has netted 35 new dwelling units. And of those 35 new dwelling units, 22 of them, which is 63% of the new development, has all gone to tourist homes.
Okay.
So
Councillor McCallum.
I'm just asking questions. I just want to make sure, understand if Councillor Seeley understands. I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be, Your Worship. I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be.
So this is specific to the reconsidering.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure that Councillor Seeley understood what he was reconsidering. So on the 14th of September, I sent an email to administration, CCing all of council. And in that email, I inquired about the possibility, and you would have been CC'd on that email, sir. All of council would have been informed that I was looking to inquire about the change to having it 1 unit per redeveloped block. Do you remember reading that email?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
I'm just going to interrupt
so you knew.
Councillor McCallum. It's sounding like you're grilling Councillor Seeley. If you need clarification on his motion or his rationale, then now's a good time to ask for clarification. But
well, so I am actually asking for clarification. I'm trying to clarify what Councillor Seeley actually understands about the ARP, about what led to that bylaw change, what kind of understanding that my colleagues had that was coming, that it was not a surprise to anybody that was coming. And that when we met as a council on the 21st of September, at the very end of that meeting, when we were inquiring administration with regards to Teepee Town items, I actually stated to my colleagues that I was going to put that forward as a motion. So not only a week prior did I email it out, but and so I guess I'm just trying to make sure that Councillor Seeley understands that he actually knew in advance, well in advance of second reading, that this was going to come.
I'm sure he was aware of that.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
It's more the public being aware is what I was concerned about.
I guess I just thought that perhaps you might have, since you have relationships with these people, might have talked to them about it.
Yeah, I don't think that always happens when councillors advise each other that they may bring an amending motion forward. I don't go out and talk to the public necessarily about that possible amendment.
Can I just comment on Councillor McCallum's
yes.
The amount of tourist homes in Teepee Town. So we're better than 50% right now, according to what you told me. That's
right now we're redeveloped at 63% of what's been redeveloped.
So that's what's happened with market forces. And now what we're suggesting is that that we go to 25%. So that's a lot less than what's already happening there. That's why I want to bring it back and have public input to get the numbers right.
But the public had input. They had input at ARP and they had output. Okay, I'm happy to debate this further. I just want to make sure that the public understands that nobody on this council was surprised that this amendment was coming forward.
Okay, point
Nobody.
made.
Thank you.
Are there other questions for Councillor Seeley regarding this report? Seeing none. Councillor Seeley, you could put your motion forward.
Okay, so that council reconsider the decision made by motion 201B-2020, the council amend motion 201-2020 to give second reading to bylaw 2020-15 by adding amended as follows. Under 3.18.4, use specific regulations, insert section 3.18.4.22, the maximum density for tourist homes shall be 1 per 570 meters of lot area.
And did you feel
reconsider that?
Did you want to speak more directly to your motion, or what you've spoken to already suffice?
Yeah, I guess I would ask council to support this because I think the community is engaged, and there was something missing. Council might have been aware of the restriction, but the public certainly wasn't. And if they were, we would have had more input to the public hearing. So what I'm asking is that we reconsider, and we ask them again and go back and have another discussion on the issue. It's very important to Teepee Town.
Okay, I'll speak to your motion, and subject to hearing the rest of the debate, I'm open to considering approve or voting in support of this motion to reconsider. But there's a lot of qualifiers to that comment. I honestly believe council made a good decision at that meeting, that 1 unit of tourist home per lot. I think that was a good decision. I think it was well informed by a lot of community dialogue over the years. And there's an ongoing concern that that the other intended uses for that area may suffer if the land use bylaw allows more than 1 tourist home per unit. A big part of the vision is, as you noted, for that area is to allow for mix of low to medium density residential uses and small scale commercial developments. There's some reason to be anxious, I suppose, about some of those other intended uses other than tourist homes. For that reason, I really felt that the amendment as approved by council was a good amendment, well considered and well informed. But subject to what I hear in the debate, I'm prepared to approve this motion to reconsider. I recognize that council or myself, we're not infallible, and if council misheard the community or didn't fully understand what the community was saying in this regard, then we can acknowledge that and engage in the community again on this one item. So I open the mic to other councillors to comment or debate the motion. Councillor Mera.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. It was, the little thing is still there saying I'm not talking. There's been a lot of work put into the Teepee Town RP, and I want to get it right. So I think the change or the motion was significant enough to make me want to reconsider and to hear what the public has to say. The neighborhood, those affected in the area. So for that reason, I would be willing and will support Councillor Seeley's motion. I would like to get it right and put it to bed. So that would be my reason for that.
Other discussion on the motion? Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. Well, I appreciate Councillor Seeley bringing forward this motion. I too heard from a number of residents in Teepee Town, and it was really surprising to me that there was that much concern about it. I know that I thought it was a good mix balance at the time when I voted for Councillor McCallum's amendment. But having heard from people who were affected by it, I didn't realize that so many people would be affected by it, because I thought I asked the question at the council meeting that we debated this, whether or not there were some projects in motion that would be affected by it. And it didn't seem that, it seemed like it was sort of a black and white issue. But what happened was I found out later that people were in process that was in fact affected by this, not so much as cut and dried as it seemed at the time to me. So from the information that I had at the time, it seemed that it was a relatively easy decision. But having heard from the people that have been affected by the change, I would say I will support Councillor Seeley's motion to reconsider and hear from more of the people that feel that they're affected by this. So I too believe that we should get it right. And I think we did proceed with the intent of doing the right thing. Now I think I'd like to hear from the people that feel affected. So I will support that motion.
Councillor Hillstead.
As both Councillor Mera and Sanford just stated, I got the same sentiment. So at this time, I will support the motion to reconsider. I still think 1 is a good amount, but again, we've definitely heard a lot from some in the community that, you know, it was a shock to them. It may not have been a shock to us that Councillor McCallum was bringing this forward, but to some in the community, it was quite a shock. So with that, I would like to hear from the public and just get it right, as has been stated by my fellow councillors. So I will support the motion to reconsider.
Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. Surprisingly enough, I am actually going to support this motion to reconsider as well. I actually am in agreement with you, Mayor Barman. I do believe we got it right at 1. And I think when we talk about market forces, we've realized that the market will sell everything to the highest bidder in this town, and that the idea of having a market affordable neighborhood is impossible. And I actually thought it was possible in Teepee Town, which is why I looked for the support on that amendment from my colleagues. If you recollect, in my motion, I had stated that I understood the tourist home zoning to be a very powerful financing tool. And so we have been hearing from mostly small D developers that were looking to redevelop their property and were either surprised or in transit and hadn't asked the right questions or asked questions at all of administration in terms of how these changes might affect their property. I think that going out to the community is going to be an interesting exercise. Before, we were hearing mostly from members of Teepee Town, but now we're going to hear a whole lot more from people in terms of what their feelings on tourist homes and how it affects residents' ability to purchase and live in Canmore. And so based on that, and based on the fact that I too realize that council is not infallible, I will support this motion to reconsider. Thank you.
Further discussion or debate on the motion? Seeing none, then on Councillor Seeley's motion to reconsider, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Just before we move on to the next discussion, just a question of clarification from administration, Ms. Smithers or Ms. Hyde, I guess, just for the public's benefit. At this time, the approved amendment continues to be in effect, and land use bylaw hasn't changed at this point in time. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. The current bylaw is still in effect.
Thank you. And just thinking ahead, if the next discussion should be successful, the next recommendation that Councillor Seeley is bringing forward, the same question. If first reading is approved of recommended motion, that still won't have any immediate change to the land use bylaw.
Correct. That's correct.
Right. So the land use bylaw will remain as is until there's a third reading of a changed section. And that's really to remind councillors and the public of what's in effect right now. So with that, Councillor Seeley, I would ask you to speak to your second motion. Councillor Seeley.
Yeah, I'm just, okay. So the recommendation 2 is that council give first reading to land use bylaw amendment. Do you want me to read the motion?
Yeah.
2020-29, this section 3.18.4 of the Teepee Town CR, Teepee Town Comprehensive Redevelopment District be amended to direct that tourist home units shall comprise no more than 50% of residential units within a building, and schedule a public hearing for January 5th, 2021. So in speaking to that, I look forward to hearing from the community and revisit this zoning and come up with something that makes sense for the Teepee Town area, continue the positive momentum that's been built there, and take a look at the zoning that works for that area of Teepee Town.
So just question then, what motivated you to pick 50%? I mean,
I think any number is arbitrary. So I'd like to hear from the community to find out what works. It's relatively new zoning for municipalities, and it's one that we have to have a bigger conversation on at some point. But 50% is more than it's a little bit more flexible, and I think some good things can happen with putting some sort of mechanism in that allows for slightly more than where it's at right now.
Okay, just to be clear, it's not new zoning. We've had tourist home zoning in place in different neighborhoods for many years. So, and in Teepee Town for that matter for some time.
Yeah,
so when you, pardon me?
Since 2003 or 4, somewhere in there, I think.
Yeah, and longer in other neighborhoods.
Yeah.
So when you're thinking about this and the recommendation for half of the units in that part of Teepee Town to be tourist homes, were you thinking about the direction in the land in the ARP around the attendant direction to have accessory dwelling units and common and amenity housing, which is common amenity housing, of course, is the type of building that would address the need for staff accommodation. So when I think about your suggestion, if we're already agreed that one tourist home per lot is reasonable, as we have, by doubling that to 2, then we're cutting by a third the number of units that might be available for pure residential use and or might be turned to use as staff accom. So we're reducing that future pool of housing to meet community needs by a full third.
Well, it's allowing flexibility, and I don't know that common amenity housing would be right for that area. I'm not discouraging it. I just don't know what would.
Well, that's stated in the ARP, Councillor. We've specifically referenced community amenity housing.
Yeah, and the other zones for Teepee Town will lend itself to that. I don't know if this is. I don't want to discourage it, but I do want to have a discussion to find out what the mix is.
Okay. Other questions, comments, discussion? Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. I just wanted to ask about this process. So we've gone back to first reading on this particular item. Will administration be sending a mail out to all of Teepee Town, letting them know of the public hearing?
I would expect so.
Can I get confirmation of that?
From
administration?
Yep. I'm waiting to see.
Hi, it's Ms. DeSoto. I'm not sure that is required under the Municipal Government Act, but certainly if that is something that council would like us to do, you're more than welcome to make a follow-up motion, Councillor McCallum, to direct us to do that.
Perfect. Thank you very much. My second question was about the analysis of alternatives, that the maximum density for tourist home units could be increased further, but you also realize that Councillor Seeley, it could also be reduced as well.
Yes.
Okay, that's a risk.
Yeah.
And I think we need to be quite transparent in terms of the stakeholder engagement. So the stakeholder engagement, you've met with several affected residents. You've also met with, well, we've all chatted with people who either are residents in Teepee Town or are speculators in Teepee Town. Like there's names of people here from 2 different units. You can't live in 2 houses at the same time. Okay, so obviously they're speculating on those lands, correct, Councillor Seeley?
I don't know the details of that survey. I wasn't involved with it, so.
Sorry, it's this survey, this one that you provided for us, this piece of paper that was emailed to us. It has a variety of different addresses.
All of council received that. And
yeah, no, I know. I just want to make sure you've used it as part of the public record. So I'm just building off of it in terms of my questioning.
Yeah, okay.
And yeah, I think that's all I had. Thank you.
Councillor O'Meara.
I'm not sure if this is the place to ask the question, but it would be more of an administration question. If we increase or whatever the number is, increase, decrease, what warrants a tourist home being rejected at DP stage, development permit? What would reduce it?
Ms. Miller?
What would cause it to be rejected? Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If a DP application came in for a tourist home that did not conform to the land use bylaw, we would have to deny that application. The applicant would then have the opportunity to appeal that refusal. Another opportunity where an application could potentially be denied would be if it was requesting a variance that exceeded the variance powers of administration and therefore would need to go to the subdivision development appeal authority, sorry. They're all SDA, so.
And do we have on record any that have been previously rejected in that area?
I don't have those numbers on hand at this moment, but we have seen applications for tourist homes that have been appealed recently, but they were not necessarily in Teepee Town, and those were due to enforcement actions, not due to the refusal of a recent development permit application.
Thank you.
Ms. Miller, while you're still there, maybe I could have you speak to the advertising requirements. Thank you.
So this motion is an amendment to the land use bylaw, and so we would do a We would do advertising as required under the Municipal Government Act, as well as circulation to adjacent property owners, again, as outlined in the Municipal Government Act.
Thank you. That answered your question, Councillor McCallum?
Yes and no. I don't have a copy of the MJ on me, so I'm not sure how many blocks it would go into Teepee Town. I guess my concern is, Mayor Barman, is that if this isn't your bag, if this, what's happening from a land use perspective is not your thing as a community member, and you thought it reached third reading and then you just checked out, that without somebody actually sending you something in the mail to let you know that actually parts of it is back on the table again, that you might not have the opportunity to participate. So I'm not sure, Ms. Miller, would that include the notification in the MGA include based on the wording that you see pretty much the whole neighborhood?
So the wording in the MGA specifically speaks to adjacent property owners. So since this would be looking at the mixed use area on 2nd Avenue, we could look at, it would likely be those on 1st Avenue that are abutting the mixed use area, but it wouldn't necessarily be the entire neighborhood. But as Mr. Soto mentioned, if that was the prerogative of council, administration could do that.
Okay, thank you so much.
Entire neighborhood.
Perfect, thank you.
And we can indicate that prerogative through a motion, I believe. Councilor McCallum.
That is correct.
Thank you. So there are other discussion questions for Councillor Seeley? Seeing none, Councillor Seeley, I'd invite you to put your motion on the table then.
The council give first reading to land use bylaw amendment 2020-29 to section 3.18.4 of the TPT CR Teepee Town Comprehensive Redevelopment District be amended to direct that tourist home units shall comprise no more than 50% of residential units within a building, and schedule a public hearing for January 5th, 2021.
Okay. Discussion on the motion. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. I'd be happy to support first reading of this, I guess, amending motion or that has been, pardon me?
The new motion.
New motion, thank you, first reading. When I brought forward the motion on October 6th with regards to reducing the number of units in Teepee Town from down to 1 and making it a permitted use instead of a discretionary use, I did so in good faith. I had heard at the public hearing for both the area redevelopment plan as well as a few statements within the land use bylaw amendments that Teepee Town had an opportunity to experience the effect of tourist homes in their neighborhood over the last 15 years, and they just didn't really like how it had shaken out. And so I thought that as a council, as we were trying to encourage more residential dwelling as opposed to the commodification of residential housing, by reducing that number to something that was more manageable within the neighborhood. We hear on a fairly regular basis from our constituents that they are becoming tired of empty neighborhoods and empty street faces. And so if you basically allow an entire block face, several block faces, to flip over to a tourist home zoning, you are going to, in some cases, get permanent residents that use it when they go away on holidays. But what we have found is that the majority of them are people that are using it to basically as hotel rooms. You know, neighborhood is really important, and knowing your neighbors is really important. And I think that at the task force level, which I sat on for, I think 3 years, maybe only 2, I can't remember. At no point did we actually not talk about how important it was to maintain neighborhood and community in Teepee Town. And that wasn't just for areas that were for First Street and in the back, but on Second Ave, Street Ave, but on Second Ave as well. There was talk about putting forward more of a mixed use. And by mixed use, that means a commercial component in addition to another component, mixed use neighborhood or mixed use rather development on First Ave. And that was rejected by many of the landowners on Second Ave. So I think that if they are rejecting that, they actually are looking at something that was more residential, which is what the amendment on October 6th represented. However, I am more than willing to hear from the public as to how they feel about the proliferation of tourist homes in neighborhoods, particularly in Teepee Town on Second Ave. And I think that it will be interesting for council to understand what that effect might be. I'd also want to point out that with the market forces that Councillor Seeley speaks of, we do understand that market forces has affected much of what we see in Canmore now, and has actually affected our inability to house our working class residents in Canmore properly. And so when you put a premium on a residential dwelling unit in what was an affordable neighborhood so that you can put tourists in there, you basically pull out of reach the ability for certain segments of the public to actually own in their own town. And I think that that also has an effect. As I said, I'll be happy to support first reading.
I'll speak to the motion and also will support first reading, recognizing that subject to what feedback I hear from the public at the public hearing, by voting against this at second reading, I would effectively be suggesting we revert to what we had approved earlier. So supporting first reading at this time is for me entirely motivated by wanting to, as other councillors have said, do one last check in with the community to make sure that we understand the preferences of, particularly of the Teepee Town community. But I will speak to my concern that this direction will further erode the availability of residential units for Canmore residents, and also will further erode the opportunity for mixed commercial development, which was one part of the vision that I really quite liked at the ARP level, was this idea of a streetscape that include family dwelling units or residential units that are lived in by families, and small commercial operations similar to what has been put there by the Saltskibers with the small gallery and the restaurant and a third commercial space. There was a lot of opportunity at the point of discussion and approving the ARP to build a really interesting, vibrant neighborhood there. And my concern is that the profitability of building tourist homes will supersede that vision or cloud that vision. Regardless, I'm supporting the motion in order to have this go to public hearing for feedback. Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Mayor Borman. I too will support Councillor Seeley's motion. And one of the things that I'm hearing is that this may reduce housing that's available to the community. From what I understand, and I think I tried to clarify this at the previous review of the land use bylaw, tourist homes are only available in District C, correct? And so District C is the place where people have been focusing their attention on building this type of accommodation. Now, one thing that we know we would have liked to have seen more of is the potential for mixed use commercial. And there may be an opportunity here to combine those two desires of tourist home with mixed use commercial and potentially make those projects more viable. So if there was a 50% acceptance of a tourist home on a property and there was a commercial component that was also available, I think we could see some potential there to balance that use as well. So I think we may see some better outcomes on the commercial side as well, because I think that's something that we would have liked to have seen, but it wasn't embedded in the land use bylaw in those terms. So I will be happy to support Councillor Seeley's motion, and let's hear what the community has to say about it.
Thank you, Councillor Sanford. Other discussion on the motion? Councillor Seeley.
Yeah, just further to what Councillor Sanford is proposing, and it could happen. I'm hoping that we get some commercial creativity, and it could lead to that. If you put a couple lots together, it gives you more of an opportunity to bring something commercial, and it is a gateway property. So I'm hoping that some commercial develops, and look forward to public hearing.
Further discussion on the motion that's on the table? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. And once again, just to be clear, for the sake of public, at this point, nothing has changed. The land use bylaw, and currently one tourist home per 560 square foot lot is permitted. Nothing more at this time. Councillor McCallum, oh yes, you have a motion.
Yeah, follow-up motion. I think the other thing we might want to make clear is that the public hearing is just on this item. The whole ARP isn't up for grabs. I've heard some miscommunication. It's just on the number of tourist homes per build.
Right, you are.
Okay, and so my follow-up motion is to direct administration to go beyond the requirements of the MGA and to send notification out of this first reading, of the public hearing to all of the Teepee Town neighborhood.
That's clear enough. Speaking to that motion, I'll support the motion. I think it's important that all residents of the neighborhood are aware that things are being proposed to change again. Any other discussion to the motion? Councillor Mara.
Excuse me. I'm happy to support also, as I stated earlier, that we want to get it right. So this would make sure that everyone knows what's happening. So I can support this motion.
Further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Moving on then to item H3, the Rec Services Agreement with Municipal District of Bighorn. Ms. DeSoto.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Borman, members of council. I am here to ask that council authorize myself and Mayor Borman to execute the Recreation Services Agreement that's been negotiated with the MDA. It is attached to your document and the staff report here, and I'm happy to go through it with you. As noted in the report, our current agreement with the MD of Bighorn terminated on December 31st, 2019, so exactly a year ago. And we have been negotiating a new one for well before that time. I think we started in late summer of 2019 to negotiate a new one. And it took that long to negotiate because there were some fundamental changes to the Municipal Government Act that also required us to establish an intermunicipal collaborative framework agreement with the MD, which is known as an ICF. And it took us until March of this year to negotiate that ICF, and both Canmore Town Council and the MD Council approved that ICF in March. And the purpose of an ICF is to ensure that municipalities contribute funding to services that benefit their residents. And so that was a fundamental sort of philosophical shift. And it required us to move from a traditional sort of just a contribution-based agreement where the MD was essentially paying the town of Canmore what it felt it could afford or what it was willing to pay. And we have moved towards a fair and equitable cost share agreement, one that has a calculation methodology that we can rely on and show our constituents how it is equitable across jurisdictions. And that took quite a bit of time and effort to negotiate. So as I mentioned, the agreement is attached. I'm happy should council wish to go through any of the clauses of the agreement, specifically Table 1 of Schedule A. And that table shows how the costs were calculated and the elements of the costs. And it also speaks to how the allocation methodology of 4% allocation to the MD of Bighorn. So our total costs that we ended up agreeing to be allocated out were $2,756,773. And at a 4% allocation rate, they come in at just over $110,000 annually. Now, you'll also notice there's been a lot of compromises in this agreement. That is a significant cost increase to what the MD had been paying us. And so through negotiations, we have agreed to increase the annual cost allocation from the current rate at 2019. And we've kept the rate for 2020 the same as 2019, just given that our recreation services were mostly closed in 2020 due to COVID, and so we didn't change things for this year. But over the term of this agreement, which goes to 2025, costs will increase all the way to $110,271 per year. There is a clause in the agreement, Clause 3A, that acknowledges that those costs are based on our 2020 budget. And that was our pre-pandemic budget. And so these costs are not increased annually to account for the increases we know that we will see in salary, wages, and benefits, or in services and inflation cost increases, or in new programs that we add to our facilities. And so both parties acknowledged that. That was one of the compromise agreements that we came to terms on. But the agreement specifically states that renegotiations contemplated in 2025 will have those cost increases to reflect the true costs of the day in 2025. So I think I will leave it there. I know, just to share, and it's also noted in the report that the MD of Bighorn has already approved this agreement at their meeting on November 10th. So we could not consider amendments to this agreement at this point in time. If council was desirous of amendments, you would have to send me back to the negotiating table to try to work through those amendments. But if you wish, I could walk you through in detail, and I have it to share on my screen should you want that table on in Schedule A of the agreement.
I'm going to say that I wouldn't want to get back into the negotiation on other amendments. I think the task has been challenging enough, particularly for the CAOs. I'm quite familiar with the agreement, given, well, Councillor Mayer and I both sat on the intermunicipal committee. this has been presented in various formats and at various times to council. If any member of council would like to have a refresher or more detailed report this time, then that's great. And if not, then we can move on. Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Mayor Barman, and thank you, Mr. Soto, for the explanation. If you could just outline for me how we move through the increases from 2020 to 2025. Just the financial.
Yeah, so in 2020, as I noted, that is $47,020. That is the same cost as the MD contributed in 2019. So we're just staying the same. And then when we look at the cost allocation table that's outlined in Schedule A of the agreement, the full negotiated cost share that the MD should pay is $110,000. Sorry, I should read out the exact amount, $110,271. And with the acknowledgement that that is a significant increase that the MD has not had the ability to structure into their tax increases for their community, that in order to get there, we have just increased at an average of 7% per year over the term of the agreement to get to that amount.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other questions for Ms. DeSoto? Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. So, Ms. DeSoto, in terms of all of our intermunicipal agreements, is this the last one that we have that was outstanding?
Yes, that's correct. Now I say that with a bit of a proviso. We have heard, we're still trying to get clarification from the province on whether we need an intermunicipal collaborative framework with Kananaskis Improvement District. We were allowed to request an exemption from doing an intermunicipal development plan with them, but have yet to receive clarification on. So if we do, we're going to have to come back before April of next year to you with an agreement with KID. But this is the last one with the MD of Bighorn that was outstanding.
Perfect. I was just curious. That's great. Well done. We've been working on these for as long as I've been elected, so I'm glad that we finally got this last one hammered in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there other questions at this time from Ms. DeSoto? Seeing none, thanks for bringing the report forward.
Thank you.
With that, I will move the council authorize the mayor and CAO to execute the recreation services agreement with the Municipal District of Bighorn as presented. And I'll speak happily, very happily in support of this motion. It's been a long time that we've been working with our friends in the MD to come to a mutually agreeable agreement such as this. And I do want to acknowledge the collaboration and the hard work that all members of the intermunicipal committee brought to this discussion. It hasn't been easy, and there's been moments where some of us were pushed a little hard, but ultimately both the MD and the Town of Canmore have recognized that this is it's really important to our residents that we have this agreement in place so that residents of the MD are able to avail themselves of the rec facilities that the town operates. And the residents of the Town of Canmore are confident in knowing that the residents of the MD are paying an equivalent amount of money towards those facilities as we are. I won't pretend this has been an easy path, but we all continue to work in a positive spirit, and we've gotten to this point. So I think it's a really, really good compromise. It certainly doesn't reflect all that the town of Canmore was suggesting initially, and it certainly doesn't reflect what the MD of Bighorn was suggesting at the beginning. So this really is a well-constructed compromise for both municipalities that will allow us to move forward now. And importantly, with a formula in place that can be followed when the agreement is up for renewal. That's really a key part of this agreement and the discussions over the years is to have something in place, a formula that future councils and administrations can simply turn to get to the next iteration. So I'll certainly thank the CAO for her work on this. It's been challenging for her particularly, but the work's been done. It's good work, and I'll support the motion. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. I will repeat what you've said. I would like to send out my thanks to the Intermunicipal Committee. This has been a tough piece of work. All of our intermunicipal agreements are always well looked at and well thought over by all of the parties involved. I really appreciate the fact that the town and was able to provide that sort of gift of phasing within the payment over the funding formula over up until 2025. I think that really allows the MD, which is a smaller community, to be able to work to absorb those amounts within their tax base. But other than that, I just want to say thanks and congratulations. We're happy to support this.
Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. I too will be happy to support this motion. I know how much work it has been for the Intermunicipal Collaborative Framework Committee. And I think it's important to know that there were sensitivities on either side. I mean, we want to do the best for our communities, and as does the MD. And so it is a collaboration. We have to work with the information that's provided. And I really appreciate the breakdown of the costs on table 1 of how much it actually does cost the municipality to provide these services to our residents and then to share those services with other municipalities. I really do appreciate the hard work that's been done, because I know it has been hard work. Not having been on the committee myself, I know that the committee has been reporting to council and letting us know that the process was advancing, and we're very happy to see it wrapped up. So thank you. And also to the CAO for great negotiating.
Further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Turning now to item H4, terms of reference and budget for the Tourism Task Force. And Ms. Cottle is presenting, I believe.
I am. I just have to get myself up on the screen. There we go. Okay, can you see my presentation, Mayor Bauman?
Yeah, we can see your next slides and everything as well, but
all right, I'm going to start it. There we go. Starting from the very beginning.
Perfect.
So thank you, Mayor Bauman and members of council. I'm here on behalf of the Tourism Task Force to request your approval for terms of reference and for a budget. We have 2 motions in front of you today. One is that you approve the terms of reference as presented, and then the second is that you approve a new 2020 capital project for a community engagement process for $80,000 to be funded from the General Capital Reserve. So I'll start first by speaking to the first motion, which is about the terms of reference. So there's lots of previous direction that got us to this moment. The council's one of council's new strategic priorities for the remainder of 2020 is that we lead a community conversation on a sustainable vision for tourism in Canmore. In September, we appointed the mayor, Councillor Seeley, the CEO of Tourism Canmore Kananaskis, and 16 public members to the Tourism Task Force. On October of 2019, as you know, Council declared a state of climate emergency, and there have been many links made in the community and just in literature on climate change around links between tourism and sustainable tourism and climate change. In May of 2019, Council accepted the TCK tourism strategy for planning purposes. And in April of this year, Council accepted a bridging document that really identified what the town's role would be in implementing that strategy, and also gave funding support to TCK for 1 year and directed administration to create a partnership agreement that tied future funding, which will be brought forward to you as part of the 2021 budget process, to TCK's delivery of the sustainability outcomes in their strategy. So there's been a lot happening around tourism and sustainable tourism in Canmore for a while to get us to the point of having this task force and this terms of reference that's in front of you. So in terms of the intent of the task force, administration gave a presentation to council in July saying that we thought it was time to get this work going. And we recruited in the community for 6 weeks in July and August, and then appointed the members as council did in September. And the intent of the task force was really created to have a group of residents working in leading a community discussion. The goal is to increase alignment in the community around tourism and its role in Canmore. And really what we want to do as a group is lead a robust community engagement process that helps us understand the history of tourism in Canmore and create a meaningful and fitting vision for its future that focuses on the triple bottom line of people, planet, and profit, keeping in mind community, visitors, and ecological impact. So really a vision of tourism that is holistic and not just about the tourism industry, but that's about the whole community. The task force has been working since early October. We've been meeting every other week. And in creating this draft terms of reference, we worked with the task force to answer some key questions, including what from the TCK strategy most inspired people, asking them to identify a hurdle that the task force would need to tackle in order to make the work together impactful in the community. Really thinking about different audiences and stakeholders and groups who we will want to engage in this work. Trying to articulate what success looks like. So when the task force is wrapped up, how will we know if we've been successful? And then trying to articulate what it would take to get there. And we had 2 task force meetings that really were centered around these and a few other questions, and just really having discussion and getting a clear sense of purpose within the group. And so from that work, we've then drafted this terms of reference that's before you today. So the answers to those questions were taken by administration and put into a rough draft that was then shared with all members of the task force at one of the meetings. And then everyone on the task force got the document and had 1 week to provide suggested edits. And then we created a subcommittee of 5 members plus 1 member of administration. And we collated all of those comments that were provided by the whole membership and systematically worked through everyone until we had a newly created document. And then we all took a break from it and sent it back and forth and edited it for a week. And then we shared it again with the larger group, and then last week, and now it's being presented to council today. So it really has been quite a back and forth and lots of conversation around drafting this terms of reference and lots of involvement from the group. So the subcommittee, again, was a group of 5 who were very deeply engaged in this work and really thoughtfully considered all the feedback that they were given. They really worked hard to avoid predetermined outcomes, to not presuppose where the work of the task force was going to get us, but to just set the course for where we were headed. And they really worked to be open and inclusive. Sometimes there were differing opinions in the feedback we got from the group, and they really tried never to privilege one voice over the other, but to make sure that all had an equal space at the table. They really tried to avoid prioritizing one viewpoint. So, some people would say, oh, we really have to make sure that there's things around the environment here, or there's really things around economic impact, or really things around social connection. And the group tried to be very clear that we need to think about all 3 equally. And they were also acutely aware of the need to make sure that the language that we use in this task force invites the community in and does not block people from feeling like they are included in the invitation to participate. So they really wanted to create trust in the community through this terms of reference and a willingness to engage, and just were really delightful to work with. It was really a very hardworking group, and I enjoyed the work immensely. So I do want to thank those members. Mace, Sean, and David were the key editors, and then Rachel and Martin gave input. They weren't able to attend the meeting, but they gave input back and forth through email. So it really was a great group to work with. The terms of reference that's in your agenda package has all the normal parts of a terms of reference: purpose, there's objectives and deliverables, timeline, structure, and resources. With the help of the municipal clerk, we've been sure to add wording around FOIP and decision-making and just all the procedural things that you have in a terms of reference, as well as the purpose, objective, and deliverables, which really were the main things that this group worked hard to create together. So maybe before I get into budget, I'll just stop and see if there's any questions from council about the terms of reference in particular. Okay, or I'll just keep rolling.
Keep rolling.
Okay, so then the second motion is around the budget that we're asking for. And this budget will largely be used to hire a consultant to perform and to organize, to develop and help execute on this community engagement. So the idea is that we want to issue a request for proposals, hire the consultant to help us develop and lead the robust community engagement. And that in doing both of those things, there will be a similar process with the task force, where the RFP and the selection of the consultant are all things that are done with members of administration and the task force as a subcommittee, so that the task force is really involved in that work. The purpose for the funding is, again, to lead this community engagement process that generates broad-based and meaningful conversations around tourism and its role in Canmore. The dialogue is meant to lead to a shared understanding of how a comprehensive and balanced framework for tourism can preserve the social fabric of the community, maintain and, where possible, enhance ecological integrity in the community, and continue to ensure the long-term economic health of Canmore. So that's really the intent of these conversations, is to get the community together, hear from a variety of different viewpoints, and try to create some community alignment in where we're going and how we're going to get there. I do think it's also important to note that we are putting some effort and resources into educating the task force to be able to lead this conversation. So the majority of the funding would go to the engagement process, with a small portion being for education and resources for the task force members to be able to do this work. The intent of the larger community conversation is really around what the tourism industry talks about as the social license to operate. Understanding how we can generate community support for tourism and ensure that the tourism industry prioritizes the shared values of the community in the work that they do and in the tourism that they attract here. We want to ensure long-term social, environmental, and economic viability for the whole of Canmore. We want to question our assumptions and preconceived notions and make sure that we're not already starting with assumptions that might get in the way of being productive. And we want to work to achieve clarity around several items, including the qualities that make Canmore unique and the things that we want to make sure we preserve and protect into the future, embracing tourism opportunities that allow Canmore to thrive, harmonizing community needs and the needs of the tourism industry so that one is not privileged over the other, they're both important, and ensuring that tourism in Canmore contributes to the triple bottom line, again, people, planet, and profit. In terms of council's role, as you know, Mayor Barrowman and Councillor Seeley are on the task force, but the conversation that we're doing is the product. So there won't necessarily be a final report or a document that comes to council. And there is also no decision based on this input that will come to council. However, council will be invited to fully participate in the conversations with the community. And the aim is to complete this work before this term of council ends in October. So there will be the goal is to have a presentation to council in September of 2021 with the learnings from this community conversation. As a reminder, the goal that we're really aiming towards is from the TCK strategic document, which is that by 2024, Canmore Kananaskis will be fully committed to a triple bottom line approach to tourism development, and this will be well received by visitors. A high degree of trust will have been built up between stakeholders and the community, and several high priority sustainable tourism development goals will have been achieved. So it's a very ambitious goal that we're working towards here. In terms of funding this, the report does recommend that the 80,000 come from general capital reserve. One option that was considered was having it come out of the economic development reserve. This reserve is projected to have a little over $500,000 in it by the end of the year. Administration is not recommending this as the funding source because the focus of this conversation around tourism is very purposefully not just around economic development and economic impacts. It's much broader and considers the community as a whole. So we felt the general capital reserve was a better funding source because of the focus of the work. So again, there are two motions before you. One is around approving the terms of reference for the task force, and the other is to create the new capital project for $80,000 from general capital reserve. That is the end of my presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions council may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cottle. So just in regards to the three noted in the purpose section, the three, the dialogue will lead to a shared understanding of these three things: the social fabric of the community, enhancing ecological integrity, and long-term economic health. And you note that one of the points of the task force is to develop a shared understanding and purpose, but also the common language. So those words, ecological integrity, economic health, social fabric, are words that we've used often in the past and not necessarily clearly defined or understood by members of the community. So I see this as being an early part of the work of the task force, is to come to, as you suggest, a shared understanding of those terms. And the metrics to monitor success, that's also, I don't think that's specifically referenced in the terms of reference, but that's often part of the work that a task force will do. And I'm expecting to have that as one of the outcomes of the task force.
The metrics of success?
Yeah, how do we measure how successful we're being on some of these?
I mean, it's a difficult thing, and especially because there's not an end product necessarily of the immediate work of the task force. But I think the question you just asked is really a good one. Those terms are all things that we do throw about fairly easily. But there's not necessarily shared agreement and shared understanding in the community. And so I think that's probably one of the key metrics of success, is that when we use those kinds of terms, that within the broad community, not just within the tourism industry and not just within the business community and not just within, different social connections, but holistically, we have some sense that we're all talking about similar things when we use those terms. I think that's probably one of the key metrics of the success of this group and of the conversations will be greater understanding of what we're talking about.
Right, I agree. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there questions for Ms. Cottle? Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Cottle. I'm asking how long the Tourism Task Force will be in effect. Are they staying together right till September 2021? Is that the plan?
Roughly, yes. I mean, we don't have a defined end date at this time. When people were applying, we had suggested somewhere between 9 and 18 months. So the idea would be that the task force would stay together until through the community engagement process. So we'll sort of need to issue the RFP and get the consultant on board and create what that process is. But then, I believe the thinking now is that, yes, once we bring a final report on our work to council, then the task force work is done. That's really what they were developed for, was to lead the community engagement process.
Okay, great, thank you.
Other questions at this time? Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barham. Thank you, Dr. Cottle, for your presentation. In terms of the terms of reference, one of the objectives, number 4, is to question our assumptions and preconceived notions about the tourism industry, our community, and their impacts on each other. Are these things that are going to be quantified within the discussions of the task force? So, like, will administration have the ability to provide information to the group that actually determines how many staff housing units a hotel has, or how many non-permanent residents we have in our community, or how many positions pay within certain grades, et cetera? Is that information that we're going to be able to quantify, or are we going to rely on certain parties to be able to provide that information?
Yeah, well, I guess I'm going to separate that, your second question from.
And I should rectify, quantify to each other, not to council, but like within your group. Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's a good question. And I guess you just went somewhere that I wasn't anticipating with the objective. So I'm thinking. So in terms of, I mean, the administration can and will bring any factual data that we have to the table with the task force. So at our next meeting, in fact, we have 4 managers, and they are giving a presentation to the task force on the state of the town.
Yes.
To be based in facts of what we're actually doing as a municipality around some of the issues that are linked with tourism. Questions about things from the industry is different, though. We do have the CEO of TCK at the table, who is also very supportive of providing factual information. You know, I don't know if we can get into the details of the number of staff accom units as an example. I don't know if we have that at the town, but that would be our goal, would be to provide facts. In terms of where you started, which is about the number 4 on the objectives, so just to question our assumptions, I don't think that was meant to be around questioning facts and data. It was more around questioning anecdotes and some of the tensions around tourism. You know, like, we can see there can be times when people throw up their hands, like, tourists are ruining this place. Or other people who, you know, more and more tourists because of this and such benefit, right? And really getting this notion came up because somebody was talking on the task force about Quarry Lake, and it'll never be, I'll never go there again, and it'll never go back. And someone was saying, what if we challenge that assumption? Why can it never be the same? Why will you never go back? And what if we really dig into that and say, what are the acceptable limits of change, and what do we want to make sure we preserve? And instead of just being fatalist and assuming that the future is, we can't control it, what if we get really clear about where we do want to have an impact, what impacts we're willing to live with, and what impacts we want to make sure that we try to really think about and be intentional around. And then maybe it's not this either or, it's really challenging the things that we assume are already done or will already happen, and trying to think more creatively about them. So that objective is meant to be a bit different than where you were going around data and facts, although I appreciate the question because they will intersect. I'm not sure if I've answered your question. I've talked.
Oh, no, you did a great job, actually.
Okay.
Because some of my assumptions were about facts, like people just throw out things and they're not quantified at all. And it becomes part of this anecdata that we refer to. So I appreciate your answer. Thank you.
And I think we would try to quantify wherever we can.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there other questions at this time? Seeing none, thanks very much for putting this report together, Ms. Cottle. And I will then move the council approve the terms of reference for the Tourism Task Force as presented, and that council approve a new 2020 capital project for a Tourism Task Force community engagement process for $80,000 to to be funded from the general capital reserve. And if any councillors like, I could separate those two motions, but unless I hear otherwise, we'll discuss and vote on both motions together. So I sit on the task force and I've been involved in the discussion, so I will support this motion, both these motions. They reflect very directly the conversations and expectations that have been voiced at the task force. I think the work we've done to date has been important and valuable, but it's been really introductory in nature and setting the stage. And now we need to start digging into the meat of the matter, and having in terms of reference to work towards is critical for success. And it's become quite obvious that we do need to have a budget to be certain that the task force works to the best of its abilities through the help and guidance of a dedicated consultant. So if we really want to see success with this task force, which we do, I would encourage councillors to support both these motions. Further discussion, Councillor Mera?
I'm happy to support both motions, and I appreciate the work that's going into it and will be going into it. And it's a conversation that we've looked to get started for a while now. We've sort of skirted around and talked about it, so I'm happy to support this.
Any other discussion on the motion? Councillor Hillstead?
I'm also happy to support both of these motions. It's just very much vital to our community. It's very important work. So I look forward to seeing this get done and seeing what outcomes we get from it.
Councillor McCallum, did I see your hand up?
Yes, Mayor Barman, I'll be happy to support this motion. Both motions, actually. You know, this is really important work that we're doing, and I really appreciate Ms. Cottle sort of leading the way on this with the volunteers that have been appointed to this group. I have to say I really was quite touched, sounds cheesy, but I'll use that word, with regards to the questions, including what from the Canmore Access Tourism Strategy document most inspires you. Identify one hurdle you believe the task force will have to tackle in order to make our work together impactful, et cetera, et cetera. I thought those were really like amazing, groundbreaking ice-breaking questions for the group themselves. And I kind of was a bit jealous that I wasn't able to be a fly on the wall to listen to the answers, because I think they would have been quite lovely. I think that the terms of reference are quite clear in terms of what is expected. And I really hope that, well, and I believe that the resources that are being made available are sufficient to get us something that hopefully we can work with, or a future council can work with, and the community, most importantly, can work with. But I just want to thank everybody from the task force that put the work into this terms of reference, as well as the work of administration. Thank you.
The discussion, Councillor Seeley.
I'll also support both motions. Being on the task force, I think I'm privileged to work with the quality of people that are on it, and it's going to be really good work, very important community work, and I look forward to the outcomes, as Councillor Hillstead mentioned.
If there's no further discussion on the motion, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously to approve both those motions. Moving in on the entitled Downtown Business Improvement Area board members. Ms. McLeod.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm just going to share my screen with you. Bear with me.
Looks like it's a nice sunny summer day wherever you're sitting.
I'm sitting in the office in my house. Okay. Oops. Okay, so here today to ask council to approve, appoint the members up to the Downtown Business Improvement Area Board as presented. I remind council that the BIA is governed by under the Municipal Government Act and a bylaw of the Town of Canmore, and that the Board of Directors, sorry, I'll have to move. I'm working off of the laptop, and currently Mayor Borman is covering my presentation. As for section, as per bylaw 2019-14, members of the Board of Directors to the Downtown Business Improvement Area shall be appointed by council for a 2-year term. And the BIA had their annual general meeting via Zoom on October 21st. At that time, they appointed 2 new and 3 returning board members, and now require council's appointment. So for your information, as part of the administrative reports, the new members to the BIA board are Matt Urbanowicz and Ken Hohen, returning Christine DeSoto, Joanne March, and Reed Costley were elected, and ongoing, of course, Charlie McLean, Stephen Pearson, and Jeremy Arsenal. Town representative, a council rep, is Councillor Mira, and myself as administrative representative to the board. And I will say that since the AGM, Christine DeSoto has been elected as their chair. Jeremy Arsenal remains their vice chair or co-chair. Joanne March, secretary, and Councillor Mira as treasurer for the board. So that was it for my presentation. Just remind council again of the recommendation before you.
Thanks very much. Just on that last point, so there's a councillor that's, Councillor Mara is on the executive committee. Yes, apparently so.
Yes.
Okay, it seems unusual to me to have a councillor sit on the executive committee, but can't think of any other times that's happened with council appointments to committees.
I am unsure. This is the second year in that position.
Councillor Mara?
When we did read our bylaws, there was no thing saying that I couldn't be. I'm happy to. It's my second year doing it. It's more of a name because there's no one really put their name forward. It was more of an acclamation, just to follow through. We didn't see any reason that I couldn't be.
Okay, yeah, no, I don't mean to make an issue of it. It's just a surprise. Are there any questions for Ms. McLeod? Seeing none, thanks for that report. And I will then move the council appoint the members to the Downtown Business Improvement Area Board as presented in the report. Discussion on that motion. Seeing none, call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. This will bring us to item J1, a verbal update from administration. Ms. DeSoto, a verbal update on the COVID-related matters. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Borman, members of council. I do have a presentation to share, which I'll do now. So, yeah, I'm pleased to have this opportunity to update council and the community, answer any questions council may have regarding the new public health measures that were announced a week ago today on November 24th. So I'm sure council is well aware of them, but there are nuances and complexities that you may have questions on. And this was the first opportunity we had to, in a public setting, detail them for you. So certainly we fully support these measures and are doing our best to broadcast them and circulate them widely to make sure that the information is understood by our residents and visitors of Canmore. And I'll get to some of the measures we're doing to do that in a moment. But it's really what we want to stress, and what's important is that the entire community respect these new mandatory measures, especially those that require personal responsibility, such as the restrictions on indoor gatherings, because the ability to enforce that is very difficult. And so it's incumbent on everybody to make sure we're following those new public health orders. So what are they? The easiest way to see what the health orders are to take a look at a summary table, and I'm not sure if that's going to show up large enough for you to see, but this is right from the province's website, and I don't know if I can, but it lists the measures, the new mandatory measures, and where they apply throughout Alberta. And so you can see all of the measures apply in the 2 metro zones of Calgary and Edmonton. The majority of the measures, with the exception of the mandatory masks for indoor workplaces, apply to those areas known as enhanced areas, or those areas where there are more than 50 active cases per 100,000 population, and Canmore falls into that zone. And but still a majority of the measures apply to all of Alberta. And so what are those measures? Well, the first one is that no indoor social gatherings of any kind in any setting. So there's lots of questions around that. Yes, that means household dinner parties. Yes, that means workplaces where employees gather in lunchrooms to eat lunch together, those kinds of things. So none of that permitted anywhere in the province. No outdoor gatherings of people of groups greater than 10, and that applies throughout the province. Wedding and funeral services are restricted to have a maximum of 10 persons in attendance, and only at the ceremony. There are no receptions permitted for weddings or funerals, and that again applies throughout the province. No festivals or events, and it was very interesting. I was in a call for municipalities a week ago, and the number of questions coming from municipalities around, we do a Santa Claus parade, does that count as an event? Or we do a, you know, our local ski clubs having a ski race, is that an event? And yes, those are events, and they are restricted and prohibited across the province. There are a number of restrictions that apply to schools, some of which have already gone in place, moving grade 7 and 12 to grade 12 age students to at-home learning starting yesterday, with earlier grades moving to at-home learning mid-December, and no back to in-class instruction till January 11th. Working from home is also being promoted everywhere across the province where at all possible. Now, some of the additional measures that apply to those in the enhanced areas, which include Canmore, are that places of worship are limited to 1/3 of their fire code occupancy, and they must have mandatory masking in place. And there are restrictions to some businesses, and I will go into what those restrictions look like for the enhanced areas. And again, while mandatory masks in indoor spaces do not apply provincially to Canmore, we of course have our mandatory mask bylaw, which does apply. So essentially all of these restrictions apply in Canmore. So just to briefly review the business and service restrictions, they kind of fall into 3 big buckets. The first big bucket is those that are closed for in-person services or activities. And this includes all conference centers, trade shows, concert venues, community centers, children play places, indoor playgrounds. And it also includes, and this is the one that impacts us mostly, all levels of sport, be it amateur, professional, semi-pro, junior, or intercollegiate. However, exemptions may be considered, so leagues can apply to the province for exemptions. As you know, we have a junior A hockey team in Canmore, and there has been a COVID outbreak within their team. But that league has suspended play at this point in time, and I am not aware of any application for exemption that that league has made. Other groupings include those businesses that are permitted to remain open, albeit with restrictions. So the first big category of those businesses are restaurants, bars, pubs, and lounges. And we already had some of these restrictions in place in Canmore because we had entered the enhanced protocol area. But what is required is that there is a maximum of 6 people per table, and that everybody at the table must be from the same household. There can be no movement between tables. Liquor sales have to be suspended at 10 p.m. and the restaurants must close to in-person dining by 11. And then other restrictions that apply to other businesses are around the capacity that they can have for patrons. So most retail businesses are permitted to remain open, but they're limited to having 25% capacity in their businesses. And that capacity is related to the fire code. So yes, our fire department has been responding to a number of calls around what is the fire code, and they've been able to generate a template for businesses to follow so that businesses can calculate themselves their fire code. Now, some entertainment and recreation services, such as our rec centers, can remain open, but again, are limited to 25% capacity. And I'll detail how that impacts our buildings and facilities in a moment. But those services include museums, libraries, rec centers, and some other kinds of activities like dance, yoga, gymnastics, etc. And then the last grouping is those businesses that are permitted to remain open, but by appointment only. So they can only provide in-person services by appointment, and mostly that's the personal and wellness service industry. It includes estheticians, hair salons, barbers, physiotherapists, chiropractors, and I didn't list there, but it also includes accountants and lawyers and those types of professional businesses as well. So those are the restrictions that apply. There are a myriad of rules. They're very detailed on the province's website. So how does this impact our town services and facilities? And I'll just go building by building. So the Canmore Recreation Center, as you know, we have our 2 arenas there. We also have our gymnastics area. We have a number of multi-purpose spaces. There are no group activities or team activities permitted in any of those spaces. So minor hockey, all of the leagues, adult leagues, men or women, and all of our room rentals for groups have been suspended. We are going to continue doing further maintenance on the building. We actually have a brine leak in one of the arenas, and we're doing some investigative work to find out the source of that leak. So this gives us the opportunity to do that repair, but we are planning to keep the facility open, at least for now, to keep the walking track lane open that goes around the gymnastics area, and to allow one ice surface to remain open for public skate drop-in. Turning to Elevation Place is permitted to remain open for individual fitness pursuits and training. So individuals can book a time. Patrons, in fact, need to book a time and have needed to do that since we reopened in the summer. And once you get your time, you can come in, and as an individual, you can enjoy the swimming pool, the climbing wall, or our fitness facilities. However, we are limited to 25% capacity. The library also intends to reduce their capacity, and they are moving again to have curbside pickups and hours for vulnerable populations. And they have a full detail of their service restrictions on their website, but they are permitted as well to remain open. And I should say, I'll just pause for a moment, is that we're really proud of the work we've been doing in our recreation facilities to keep them open in a safe and responsible way. We have been applauded for our efforts by Alberta Health Services. As Council is aware, we've been notified several times now that a patron who has visited our facility has subsequently tested positive for COVID-19. However, there has been no evidence or no tracing that has resulted in there being shown to be community spread within our facilities. And the health measures and the tracing that we've been able to do to contact all patrons who are in the facility at the same time as that infected person may have been there has also been very much appreciated by Alberta Health Services. The Civic Center and Public Works buildings, which are more office-related buildings, although many of our operational staff work out of Public Works. But any office staff are once again being encouraged to work from home where possible. There is public access that remains available to both those buildings, but by appointment only. And the museum, which is co-located with us at the Civic Center, has advised that they are going to be open at a reduced capacity, but only on weekends. So they are not opening at all during weekday hours, which is when we are open in the Civic Center. So there shouldn't be any sort of conflict between their patrons and any patrons visiting the Civic Center. Community Social Development is a department, not a facility, but they operate a number of spaces within our other buildings. So they have a family resource network play room area, which is required to close under the new restrictions. And in fact, we were in the process of closing that already. The FRN is moving to schedule and prepare some outdoor structured play opportunities for the youngest children in our community. The CSD team also runs a warming center in the Civic Center classroom. We are now moving to call that a day shelter. So sorry, I should have called that there in the bullet, but we have been consulting with AHS. We are permitted to have that facility remain open. And that allows those folks in our community that need a space to get out of the elements during daytime hours, maybe just to hop on the internet and get some free Wi-Fi and warm up, the ability to have some place in the community to do that. So we're pleased that we're able to work with AHS to allow that to stay open. And our FCSS department, which operates out of the Civic Center, and they run a drop-in program and see clients regularly, they have moved to in-appointment only services as well. So I just want to turn now, and we'll get to Q&A at the end, but if there are any questions during my presentation, please jump in. From a COVID testing perspective, I did want to share with Council that, of course, Alberta Health Services determines where testing sites are located. We have been advocating for a local testing site. Both Mayor Borrellman and I have had conversations with Dr. Mike Wickham and Barb Shellian from the Canmore Hospital, and are getting updated on the efforts that the hospital staff have been making to get a local testing site as well. The current closest testing site remains in Cochrane. However, I'm pleased to share, and you've likely read it in the newspaper, that there will be a testing site opening in the Bow Valley on December 4th, and that will be at the Banff Health Unit next to the Mineral Springs Hospital. From AHS's perspective, that is a local testing site for the town of Canmore. If you lived in the city of Calgary and had to go get a test in, you lived in the far south, you would likely have to drive farther than from Canmore to Banff in order to get to a testing facility in Calgary. So again, these testing sites are at the discretion of AHS, and they are putting them where they believe demand is most needed. However, there is a service offered through the primary care network of the Bow Valley, also known as the PCN. And they are working directly with people who do not have a means of traveling to Cochrane or Banff to get tests if they don't have their own vehicle or don't have a friend or family member that is able to take them to a testing site. Then they can contact the PCN, and the PCN will help them find an alternative testing option. Those testing options, though, are not being made publicly available or being publicly promoted. So that's all I was going to say about testing. I also wanted to talk a little bit about enforcement, because I know that there's been a lot of questions of who is going to enforce these rules. And very much, just as I was saying at the outset, there is a lot of focus on personal responsibility for individual efforts, especially for social gatherings and homes. However, if there is a party happening in a neighborhood or something where folks are concerned and an immediate response is needed, they can contact the RCMP through the RCMP's administrative line, and the police will respond. For concerns that are of an ongoing nature, somebody's not happy with sort of how a business, for example, might be enforcing a 25% capacity restriction. Those kinds of concerns should be submitted through an online complaint form to Alberta Health Services or by phoning them at their 1-833 number. And those forms can be found on the website, as can that number. Just as a reminder, the violators of a public health order may be fined by $1,000. So if the police do break up a social gathering, for example, either indoors or outdoors, it's not meeting these new public health restrictions. These are public health orders. In the past, they were recommendations. These are orders, and the police can issue a $1,000 fine. And the courts have the ability to apply even greater fines should it get through to the courts. There's been some question about our Canmore bylaw officers, and unfortunately at this point in time, our staff in bylaw are not authorized to enforce public health orders. The province has changed legislation that allows community peace officer level 1s to enforce the health orders. All of our bylaw officers are in the process of getting their skills upgraded to the level 1 status, but they currently all hold level 2 peace officer statuses. So we cannot enforce those orders at this time. So just returning to how we're getting this information out and what some of our actions have been. We've linked immediately following the Premier's announcement last Tuesday. We linked and updated our website so that all of the provincial information is right on our main page of our website. We are circulating those details through all our social media channels and responding to Q&A on those channels. We've sent updates directly to citizens through our emergency management newsletter. We do ask residents to register for that newsletter, and we currently have 791 citizens registered. So whenever there's an update to share, we can do that. Mayor Borrellman was on the radio last Thursday morning to provide some details, and tomorrow he will be hosting a virtual town hall specifically on our COVID response and some of these new measures the province has put in place, and we will be answering, I'll be there to assist him, and we'll be answering questions directly from residents. There's also been a free mask program that the town has been participating in, and it was shared with me this morning that we've already given out 10,000 free masks. The province sponsored that, and folks can pick up their free masks here at the Civic Center. And of course, we also have our mandatory mask in indoor public spaces that is still in effect. So that is the update that I have to share today, and I am happy to take any questions should you have any.
Thanks very much, Ms. DeSoto. I think that was really important update to give council in the public meeting. Good information to share. I have one or two questions just from my better understanding. So you noted that community centers are closed, but do you know how community center is defined by the province?
So that was part of the detailed questions that many communities were asking. I don't have the exact definition in front of me, but it does apply to, for example, the senior center here in town. It would apply to any kind of open spaces. You know, in the past, we've had a youth center. So it would apply to those types of centers. Boys and girls clubs, those types of things.
So they're just trying to understand the difference between that kind of a community center and our rec center. So the examples you've given are by and large not operated by the municipality. So how is it the community rec center is not part of the definition of a community center?
I believe community centers are more of a drop-in type basis that's unstructured. Whereas the community rec centers run by municipalities can be controlled for individual use. Again, I'm just speculating. It's a definition that the province has put in place, and recreation centers. So our shared spaces are multi-purpose rooms, for example, where you could book that room for a group activity, be it private or public, that would not be permitted. So parts of our rec centers could be looked at as community centers. And we have suspended all those types of activities within our recreation facilities. But the individual fitness activities of recreation are what's permitted.
Great, thank you. The restrictions in restaurants that you noted and which the province is set at maximum of 6 per table from the same household. Do you know if the province is defining that the same household as literally people that live in the same house, or is that meant to infer the same family grouping, or do you know?
So again, that is where there's quite a bit of complexity and difficulty in any kind of enforcement action, and where individual responsibility needs to come into play. As I understand it, it is intended to mean those who live in the same household, within the same building, not, you know, my son lives in Kelowna, he's coming to visit me and we go out to a restaurant. No, that's wouldn't be considered acceptable. There is a caveat. If you live alone in Alberta, you are allowed to have 2 individuals that are part of your cohort. And so if an adult child lives alone and their cohort are their parents and they get together in a restaurant, then that would be acceptable.
Thank you. That's how I understood it. So, but I've had a, let's say, discussion with friends who interpret it differently. So it is a challenge to define. And in the same context, our climbing center, so people can, we're maintaining capacity at 25% of fire load. But there's no, are there restrictions? So if I go climbing, if somebody that goes climbing is going, you always have to have somebody there, as I understand, to belay. Does that person have to be from your same household, or can it be anybody doing the belaying?
That is a good question that I don't know the answer to, and perhaps Ms. Cottle knows. If she does, I can ask her to respond.
I don't actually know. And I also don't know that we're policing. You know, when people come in, we're not asking them if they live with the person they're climbing with, or to sort of Ms. DeSoto's point earlier about personal responsibility. I'm sorry, about personal responsibility. Sorry Sorry, I don't know what just happened. To Ms. DeSoto's point about personal responsibility, anybody who comes climbing, we are assuming that they're managing that. I will also say you don't have to have someone belay. We have auto belay devices, and for bouldering, you don't necessarily need someone. So it's possible to go climbing alone, but we're not able to manage, and we're just taking people at their, that they're being responsible when they come.
I should also note that right from opening back in the summer, it is a requirement that the belayer be masked. So while the climber, if they're exerting themselves and wish to take off their mask, can take off their mask, the belayer must remain masked.
Okay. All right. Just, you know, we want to make sure that we're following the regulations as we understand them.
Yes. I did briefly read the actual order this morning because that's where you find the...
You were able to do that briefly?
I scanned it, but the language leads me to believe that the onus is on the individual. So for example, the restaurant example, the language is the responsibility rests with the patron, not with the restaurateur.
Okay.
So, all of the regulations, whereas, you know, the restaurateur is responsible for ceasing alcohol sales at 10, it says patrons of restaurants must dine with only their household grouping. So it's the patron's responsibility.
Right.
To ensure that.
So the business owner is not obliged to look for IDs showing that everybody lives in the same household.
No.
Right. So personal responsibility. You know,
I understand it.
Pardon me?
Sorry, that's just not as I understand it.
Right.
I don't know 100% if that's the case, but that's
right.
How
Well, so much of this is uncertain and changes. So I think that the key message that I'm hearing is personal responsibility, and just accept your own responsibility to be responsive to the need. I appreciate this update. As I mentioned, Councilor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. Thank you, Ms. DeSoto. I'm just curious, you spoke about 25% capacity at our single open skating rink, at the pool, walking track, and the gym. Could you tell me what that number is for each, then what 25% looks like?
I'm sorry, no, I don't know for each. I can find out that information and share it.
That'd be great.
The way we're doing it at Elevation Place is, of course, by booking, right?
Yes.
So, and the pinch point, as I understand it, at Elevation Place is the change room. So even before we got the 25% restriction, we were, our staff felt that we were near the 25% limit anyways, but they have done that calculation and that review, so I can share that with council. I just don't know that offhand for each facility.
Great, thank you.
One last question I have, and you may not know this answer, but the warming center that we're operating, and you note that it's open under guidance of Alberta Health Services. Do you know what control mechanism is in place there regarding number of people that can be in the warming center?
I'm going to ask Ms. Cottle if she's available to speak to that as well. I know one of our FCSS staff, our housing coordinator, is in the office and monitors the use. But I don't know what the capacity is there, exactly what use we're seeing there at this point in time.
Yeah, I don't have specific numbers either, but I did ask when this new order came if the space would be sufficient, and they have worked closely with AHS to make sure that it is. It's not, you know, that room is not ever full. So they just are making sure that people are, when they're there, are appropriately spaced and distanced, and to date haven't had an issue with capacity that they cannot manage. So I don't know the specifics of how that works. I just know that they are, again, just like at Elevation Place and at the Rec Center, very diligent about following all orders and working closely with AHS to make sure that what we're doing complies. And have been assured, and I know that group wouldn't risk anything, that the people we have using that space and the timing of how it's worked, that so to date, there have been no issues.
Great, great. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
And I will just add to that, just in your question, Mayor Borelman, around community centers. The warming center was one of those spaces that we had a question mark about. Was it considered a community center under the new rules? So what municipalities and what we did is we just contact AHS and work with them to determine whether we're able to stay open or not. And in this case, because of the population it served and its specific use, it was not determined to be a community center.
Great. Thanks very much. I don't know if anybody else has more questions, but that's all the questions I have for now.
Yeah, and look forward to hearing those questions from Canmore residents tomorrow at your town.
Certainly, we've been getting similar questions or questions along this line for some time through emails. Yeah, there's to some extent there's just uncertainty in the community what the regulations are, and so the more we can share information that we do understand, the better it is. But great, thanks very much for doing this today.
Thank you.
And the last item on the agenda is an in-camera item, and I'll note that the only reason when we come out of in-camera, it will only be to adjourn the meeting. There won't be any motions of any kind, so we can go offline once we've gone in camera. And with that, I move the council go in camera to prevent disclosure of advice and analysis developed for council in accordance with section 24(1)(a) of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. And specifically, we'll be discussing prioritization of outdoor amenity spaces. So the motion to go in camera, those in favor,